I need a microphone and I need a actual scene that has audio. Hey, what's going on? Welcome, GM. Hello, everyone. What's day today? It's the 5th of November. We're working on number 4 of the series, which means we are technically a day behind. We should have been minting something at noon today. This one, number 4, which we're kind of already started it because I'll explain it in a second, but we are behind. But hey, it's okay. It's the weekend. We're going to catch up and we're going to be back on track. So positive affirmation and positive affirmation and positive thinking. So okay, so let's talk a couple things. So one, I got Kick up and running, so I have a profile on Kick. I've been noticing people coming from Kick lately, which is cool. So if you're new, if you're on Kick and you see this, say hi, explain how you found me. I'm super curious. Curious if you drop in, say hi or GM and let me know how you found my stream. That's the number one thing. A lot of people drop in and like, I get it, you're on YouTube or whatever, but like just if you drop me a comment, it really means a lot because then I kind of know. I don't know if actually Kick worked. Read only for Kick. So I'd have to get something set up so I can post on Kick, which is too bad. But yeah, it means a lot to say hi just so I know you're there and kind of know, where you came from, how you found me. These are long streams. We've been at it for, 4 days now, 5 days. And I think the streams are like, they're crazy. They're 7 hours plus. Some of them are multiple. I think there's some that are 12 hours total, which is what I signed up for. But we're trying to kind of get through this. So number 3 is done. It was something that I'm, again, very, very proud of. I'll just bring it up right now quickly, and then we'll get into today. It was a continuation kind of the Svalbard Vault, basically the Doomsday Seed Vault series. So this is the second piece. You can see the first one up here, which was sort of a wide landscape photo of the vault with the background and northern lights. And now we go inside the vault and you see this little device right here, which, spoiler alert, if you're watching the stream, is called a soul vault, which is my invention, is a very weird device. And there's a lot of detail that I've already thought through, and it's based on as much reality as I can with like kind of stretching into, what's possible or what's, practical. So it gets kind of fun. Just give me a second here. And, this idea is interesting to me because, it makes me really think a little bit about like how a product might be designed and, how it would be made and how parts it would have. And obviously I'm not an engineer, I'm not a product designer, so this is not, professional by any means, but part of the process for me is learning and making some cool stuff and trying to base stuff as much as I can on reality. So this tells a little bit of a story. I won't kind of go into it. You can make your own conclusion of what it all means. But as I've said before, I'm trying not to do these pieces in isolation. So I'm doing 30 pieces in the month. Each one should be kind of a different experiment using real world data and some type of technique. But I am telling like a real story. And people, I think, that follow along will start to understand the story that I'm telling as we go. So that's the piece here. It's available on Manifold. If you're watching the stream, it's available for 0.069 ETH, or it's available for $30 USD. You can mint it and buy it. And there it is right there. And I'll drop the link in the stream so people can see it. We don't have a website yet, but I will have one soon. And then you'll be able to see all the pieces and, go through the whole process. Okay, so let's talk about the Soul Vault because that's what we're going to be working on today. Actually, in particular, we're going to be working on the packaging for the Soul Vault today. So this is it's meant to be a real product. Let me just see if I can bring this over. So it's meant to be a real product. I mean, obviously it's super far-fetched, but we're treating it as much as we can like a real product. Let me just bring this here. That looks about good. And those that haven't seen this, this is my little 3D studio that I made in Blender. What's cool about this studio is that if you grab the camera right here and you move it around, well, I don't know why. There we go. You move it around. It has a 3-point lighting system. So it tries to maintain a light behind the object, a key light on the left, and a fill light on the right. So it gives you kind of a cool way to visualize a product. And if I open this one up over here, get rid of tools, get rid of this. I've been losing my settings constantly in Blender, and I don't know what's going on. I might have to do another install soon. Get rid of the gizmos, and why don't we get rid of this as well? And if we go to the camera view and render, you can see, first of all, this is showing it's on this camera back here at the time, I think. So this is, you can see the lighting moving, but the camera is not moving. So this is just me moving the lighting around. If I switch over to this camera, I always forget it's not that camera icon, it's this camera icon. Now you can see we have a real view, and it's very cool because we can go far away, we can go up close, we kind of have to get this view, we can go over top, we can go around. And this is like a really interesting kind of way. I'm very proud of kind of setting this up because it really does help quite a bit with quickly visualizing a product. And it has a bunch of constraints. So like it stays from going below the floor, so it'll never clip the camera. You can kind of move it, I think, right to the edge, but not outside of the 360. And everywhere that you get, you're going to have basically a clean view. And you can animate this, keyframe it, smooth it out. You can do all sorts of like wild transitions with this. Okay, we're going to use that somewhere for sure in this project. Okay, so let's go with this. This is, and then we have like this camera here, which needs to get a little closer, and then this camera, far fixed. So this is the device. So yeah, so I have the camera set up, the device set up. I made a couple tiny changes to the device when I moved it into that vault. And what it can kind of show you is that we did, well, let's move up back to our dynamic camera. And we can just grab this, and I can kind of show you on the left. It's kind of hard to control, but trying to think how I can get the camera above. Okay, that's probably as good as we're gonna get. Whoa. Okay, so the way that this is sort of set up, again, this is a little bit weird, is that the plan with this device is, first of all of these things are hieroglyphics, which explain the beginning and end of humanity, right? Because if someone picks this up in the future, civilization, alien race, whatever, it's going to be hard for them to understand what it is. So the first thing is to describe, like, okay, this is obviously describing something pretty important, and it uses all these little symbols. So it runs through all of the possible outcomes. And if we go back to our fixed camera, or this one here, and we rotate this thing around, you can see it starts, let me give you guys a bit better view. It starts somewhere here. So this is kind of hard to see, but it starts right here with the solar system. Then it goes into DNA, and then it goes into evolution, fire, farming, looking out to space, invention of computer chips, leaving the planet, invention of AI, and then 6 symbols of possible ways that we could destroy ourselves. So that's the outside. And then on the inside, you can see it's kind of a weird little image, but right now it'll actually get changed to a 3D model. There's this sort of like blurry thing going on in here. And what that actually is this little AI render that I made for reference. It's in here, I think, for reference, and it's this. So this is kind of our reference for the middle. I mean, it's not exactly what I want, but it's close, which is like more of a glass cylinder with what we'll do is we're going to get some more detail, but it's basically like a synthetic DNA, which is the type of storage that I believe could kind of contain all of the information in human history, all the data, everything that we've known, but also, and the whole idea behind this product is it would also contain the DNA and the memories and the photos and the videos and like every piece of data for a single human. The concept being that, you could probably learn a lot about humanity from the data, but like, unless you actually live life through the eyes of a real person, how would you ever really understand what it's like to be human? So we would include that. And obviously you could have vaults of these things of hundreds or thousands of people, but I'm kind of pitching this as like something people would buy and you get to preserve your entire life. And, it's kind of an old sci-fi concept, but that's what this is. So the device has like specs and, I know what the power supply is going to be and I know what the, shock proofing is going to be and the materials are done. And I know how it's kind of laid out basically. So we're doing now a series of streams around this product. I'm going to try to avoid any landscapes or environments for now because I'm kind of like, those are very difficult to render and, very time consuming. So we're going to take a pause on those. And we're focused on the product. So there is a few things I want to do, and I mostly have this figured out, but I'm open to a few adjustments here as I go. So if we bring this back, the first thing I want to do is I want to imagine the packaging for this. Now, the reason that I'm doing it this way is because it's going to take a bit of work to go in and model the inside of the device. And I want to mint something quickly, and I really have this cool concept, and I'm either going to do one of two versions of it. The first one is just the packaging, which would be like, kind of like visualizing what it would look like when it arrives. And I might just do that as like a 3D render with maybe a lighter background, just kind of spinning. Or I have an idea to do a little AR experiment where I would take my camera and I'd record what I'm seeing here. The door would knock, or doorbell, and I would turn my camera and walk over to my front door in this condo I'm in and open the door, and on the ground would be the actual packaging, the delivery of this device, as if I ordered it, right? And that requires me to do some AR. So I would go get the video, import it into Blender, track it, and then set up the shadows in the device so that it looks like real. And the reason why I don't necessarily want to commit to that today is because I've never done it properly. I've done AR stuff, but never like an actual composed AR project in Blender. So I don't want to get into a bad place again where I'm like struggling and run into issues. So I might just get the thing done and then maybe decide to do the AR tomorrow. Or, if I make a lot of progress, sort of just do it as a bonus and see if we can get it to work. Then the next thing, probably again tomorrow, would be to model the inside of this thing and then actually have it kind of like, open up so people can see what it's like inside. And my idea for that one is to do like a little advertisement, like something that you would see that kind of shows the product features as if you're buying it. So it's kind of like, hey, you saw it in the vault. This is the future. It's obviously worked. It's there. Someone's sort of going to discover it. Let's go back to like present day where this device is released and people are being marketed to or tried to convince to buy one. So that's the theme. So there's going to be a combination today of some 3D modeling. We're going to use some physics simulations and cloth simulations to do the packaging. We might do, at some point, keep experimenting. We've been trying to do this Weeble effect, which I've talked about, which is the base is very heavy and the top is light. And we want to make it so that like it will never tip over. I used to have a water bottle like this. It's just like the weight will keep popping it up. So that's how we want to keep it upright, which was a cool idea that we decided to do. And yeah, and then the AR will come up and then we'll do the marketing. So yeah, so that's what we're working on. So the packaging is really the first piece of this. So let's get into it. I'm going to save this as a new project because we're technically now on number 4, although they're kind of all getting blurred together. So we're going to do new. We're going to go 04. We're going to call this Soul Vault Packaging. I don't have a name for this one yet. And then I'll just set up my normal folder structure, which is source, working, output, for, and archive. Now, like this gets a little tricky because we're going to obviously keep improving this product, but for now I'm going to try to keep this product basically the same as it is right now instead of improving it for this particular project. Okay, so we just do a new folder here. We call it Blender, and then we call this 04 Soul Vault Packaging. Okay, so I was experimenting with some AI prompts to kind of think through the packaging on this. And I have an idea, and I'm going to share what it is, and then we're going to attempt to do it together. So this is the concept. Let me just grab my AI. I've been using ChatGPT to help brainstorm, ideas and concepts and get information. I've been generating some images in ChatGPT as well as in, in DALL-E 3, which is integrated, as well as in Midjourney. So I've yet to really use AI. I guess I did. That's not true. So the AI actually, we used it for all of the icons, which I thought was really fun. So let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so we used it for all the icons that went on that device, which to me is a great use for AI for me because I can't make icons. I'm not good enough in Photoshop, but not enough to do this. I'm not an illustrator. And it generated all the icons we needed to put in there. So I also, I think, started to visualize some packaging. And I'm trying to remember. These were some concepts. I don't think that was it. Maybe, I see it's kind of hard. I hope that I didn't. Maybe I did it. Okay, so let's do a little. I know I have a file of it somewhere. Let's go see if we have it. Maybe it was here. Nope. Some more concepts. DNA. No, okay. It's definitely in DALL-E. We're just going to have to find it. I think I put it in PureRef. PureRef. So PureRef is what I use for all my reference images. Da, 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 da. Hopefully we can find this. Okay, I don't know what's going on with PureRef. No, that's not it. Okay, so this is the file, but this is not the... So I wonder where, if I took a break and did this... Definitely gonna need that. Go find that. Um, Maybe I saved it somewhere. There was one particular image that I was very, very like taken back by. It was exactly what I like. Sometimes it just nails it, you know. Sometimes it's just a struggle. Like I generated a lot of these. You know, I don't think so. I think it was under a new. No. I swear it was. I swear it must have been. Let me just check on my phone, maybe. I mean, it should all be here. Oh, yeah, it's in. Oh, it's weird. It's in here, but not. Weird. Okay. That's odd. I logged into ChatGPT as. Huh. Maybe just a bug. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just needed to refresh. So it's here. Okay, so this was the packaging. So there's this one right here. This is it. And so, like, I love this just more than, like, it. I just love it. There's a couple things I might want to change, but it's really, really good. So it's like the minimalist, exactly the way that I would want it. I love the color. I love this rainbow, the lock. I was thinking that maybe this pattern might be something a little bit more related to kind of DNA or DNA strand, but I do really like this. And then, I think even this logo is just simple. Like it's just nothing to it. So, and then even the Scoble versus ink, like obviously line this up. And then I was thinking this might be like the actual information for the person. And then the packaging that I'm imagining, which, you know, I don't know, it's going to be a little bit crazy. But basically, what I want to do is behind this, the actual vault itself, so the actual device itself would be like on the back. So it would be like connected to the back of this plaque. So this plaque would be like a hard plastic. We would model this out exactly how it is with like the black paper or whatever in the middle that would have all the information on it. And then when you open it up, you could just basically like turn these little screws in the back and that you could pull out maybe maybe like a dark metal instead of paper. And then on it would be like all your information would be pre-printed with like everything you need. And then that would be like you see your device, like that would be the card that comes with it. But then on the back, the device itself would be almost like connected somehow to the back of the packaging. And then what I wanted to do was either shrink wrap it or put it in like a bubble, like almost like a little bubble, first of all. But then the whole back of the packaging, I want it to be like kind of like bubble wrap, but not the actual bubble pattern. Like more, if you ever order anything from Amazon, it comes in this like bigger bubble wrap. So I want the whole thing to be a bubble. And you can do this in a blender cloth simulation by adding air pressure to the cloth. So I've seen this before. I haven't actually done it myself, but I've done cloth simulations. It all looks very simple. So what this would look like is like, if you looked at it from the front, it would just look like this like kind of cool playing card with all the information in it. And then on the back would be the device itself. And then behind that would be the bubble that protects it. And that's the packaging. So I think this would be the goal today. And worst case, we're going to just have it like rendered out with, we'll do a little animation, like a spin of it. That's the worst case scenario. Best case is we do the AR. I'm thinking we're probably going to not do the AR just because of timing. But that's what it is. So this is our reference. So I'm going to bring this in here. So what we'll do is this will be the reference. You guys won't be able to see this, unfortunately. Images, export, selected image. This is the packaging, source, new, reference, folder. Okay, and then I'm going to bring up my Notion. Just make a quick list. And there's some cool, there's some cool Steve Jobs quotes around packaging that I really like. So we might end up using one of those. So I'll just do a new, guys won't see this. So the packaging is I'll just call it packaging the product. Now it's Steve Jobs quote, but we'll end up changing it to something else. Okay, so let's just make a little to-do list for myself. So first one is I think we're going to model the it's going to be like hard plastic front. Then we're going to generate the image. So we'll go into Photoshop. We'll take this as a reference and we'll generate the image we're working on. So generate the image texture front. Then we're going to decide on shrink. We may not do the shrink wrap, or on packaging for back. Run a bubble wrap simulation Blender. Finalize render. Create product. Create turntable animation of product. I feel like that's the one we should. I mean, this is a simple day. This is what I need to catch up. And then I think if I do the AR as a separate one, that would be super cool. And then we'll do the take apart. We'll actually do the inside of the product tonight or tomorrow. Okay, so let's get started. So we just need kind of the basic dimensions of this device. So we're going to add let's add a cube. And we'll bring it down. And what we can do is we can just kind of imagine what we want. So, let's grab image open. Source reference, Just get my image down here. Didn't work. Oh, weird. Okay, well, this is it anyway. And I don't think we're going to need this. So we have a little bit more room. Join. There we go. What's this? Tell you I'd like to just sit on the couch and watch football today. So you can't see that. I'll show it every once in a while, but I need it for reference. But I don't, we don't need to bring it in as like a reference image on screen. Okay, so basically this is going to be kind of in proportion to the actual product. So first of all, the packaging itself in the front is going to be very thin. So it's probably going to be something like that. And then it's got to be obviously wide enough to house this thing and tall enough to do it. And then let's grab this and we'll move it up. So you kind of like imagine, oh yeah, there's a keyframe problem. Timeline. There we go. Huh. I keep running into this. Oh, no wonder. It's amazing. Little things in Blender you just don't realize, like what's going on right now. Because it still has a simulation on it. There we go. Okay, so you can kind of imagine now the product like this. And what we'll do is we'll bring the camera back a little bit. We'll just bring it out. There we go. And bring it up. Oh. There we go. Okay, so this is the packaging. So yeah, like I'm kind of picturing it like that. Maybe that looks about right. Maybe a little bit thinner. Not much though. And oh, we needed to bring it up. So there, let's get it floating. Let's get this floating. So there you go. So kind of, what I'm picturing is the packaging. Let's get rid of these extras. So like I'm kind of picturing the packaging being, like this, right? So on the back of this thing is the actual device. And then there's like this big bubble wrap around it. And that's kind of what I'm picturing at the moment. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this would be about it. Maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger. If you were to get a product like that. This thing is pretty big. It's 0.1 meters. So 10 centimeters. I kind of modeled it like the size of a coffee mug. I think this is probably fine. Let's go with this. So let's bring this up so it's just floating above. And then we'll bring the product so it's kind of centered. And then we'll go back to our camera and we'll just bring it up a little bit. And then we'll just bring the perspective out so we can kind of see it pretty well. All right, cool. So yeah, this is the product. So we're going to focus on the front first. And honestly, there's some things about this that I don't really know yet how I'm going to do it. I have some ideas, but I got to kind of figure out how it will look. So the idea that I had originally was just like make a kind of a cube like this, get the thickness right for the outside, obviously kind of bevel the edges or subdivision it. So, add a subdivision surface, and then, we can obviously do, well, not obvious if you're not into Blender, but kind of the way you control subdivisions or the way you control this subdivision modeling, they call it. So you do is you start with like this, and then you create like loops, and you bring those loops to the edges, and it creates kind of like a natural shape. And then you can do the same here. And the nice thing when you do this is you're typically not creating any bad geometry. So you kind of can, go like this And you can see that now we have, kind of a corner here. So we have all quads, but now you can see that you've got a bit more of a rounded here, and you can decide, like, you can grab this down. You can always select these loops, and you can bring, this one down a bit, and then you can bring this loop, and now you get a bit more of the rounded corner. And of course you can do the same on the other side. So this would be kind of how we would model it. So we'd start with, and we'll just shade this auto smooth. Yeah, auto smooth, and then we can start to figure this out. So one of the things that you have to be careful with, though, when you do this, you kind of want to create symmetry. Like, I should actually be only modeling half of this. But I'm not sure, because I feel like it's so... Yeah, I don't know. You can do this with, like, mirror modifiers, and you can, model but I think because it has symmetry, I'm not actually sure if I'm going to need to do it, because it's just going to be creating a bunch of internal pieces. So let's just try it together. So let's say we start with this as our outside layer, okay? And then what we want to do is duplicate one and make it smaller inside, and then another one. That's kind of how I was picturing this. I want to try something. Let's just grab these loops. Let's bring them together. I may end up regretting this, but right, so we kind of have it like this, and then what we can actually do is create an edge loop here. Well, actually, 2 edge loops here, and then we can scale these. Is it the Y? Yeah, Y, to kind of make it so that it doesn't have a harsh edge. Okay, so now we've got, our pretty good representation of our outer one. And then, we can even see what this looks like, right? As you bring up the subdivisions, it gets smoother. It's just a nice way to model. Okay, so now, I don't know if the thickness is right. I feel like it might be a little thicker. And then we'll apply our scale. Oops. I don't know why it keeps adding these. Okay, I don't know if we'll keep going. I might regret. That's always what I do. I say I'll keep going, and then... Okay, but just to kind of get this right. So now you make a smaller one. And I don't think we have to modify this that much, because it's basically, it's pretty close to the same shape. It looks pretty good. And then if we bring it to side view, we're going to scale it in on the Y until it sort of takes up less space here. And we can always modify it after, okay? And then we're going to do one more. So duplicate this one in, and then we'll do this way. And now this one represents the actual what we're going to put the actual paper in. And I think this one is just a little bit more round. So I think it's going to be, and the AI, is a little bit kind of weird in terms of where it puts this, but we're going to kind of center it. But we want it to be, closer, I think, to the edges. But we want it to be even more pronounced. So we're going to kind of go here, scale this one in even more. And we're going to grab this and this. Again, you would only have to do one side of this if you added the mirror modifier, but right. So it's just like a little bit of a different shape. And then if we, again, look at this from the side, we imagine this, here we can go Y even more. And again, we can adjust these loops if we need to get the shape. So now we've got, essentially a 3-piece plastic outside. And now we've got to kind of see how this looks before we do anything else. Because there's really not much to this, right? It's just a plastic, and how it reflects the light and how everything looks is really what we need. So we got 3 pieces. So let's put these into a collection, and we're going to call this packaging. And we're going to call this one, we'll call this the plaque. It's kind of like a plaque part. And we'll put it in the packaging, and then we'll go outer, inner, and middle. Okay. And then plaque, inner, plaque, outer, plaque, middle. Okay, and now obviously this is kind of the test. We can actually add one more thing. So we can add a image as plane, and we'll just use this for now. So we can grab this file, which I think is this one. Yeah, and we can bring it down. And, we can scale it in. We can scale it up. And we can go over here. I'll just do it here so you guys can see it. UV editor. And we'll open up this image. And then we'll just grab this and we'll scale it down. And scale it up. I don't know why it's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Right? So at least we have kind of an image now. And then if we double check this, we want to put this right in the middle, change the view here. And I think, by the way, while we're here, let's go, 0.01, 100, so we can kind of make sure we're not getting kind of weird clipping. So hard to see it, but basically that's it. And we can even do is add a modifier and just make this kind of very thin. That works. And can we? Yeah, there we go. So offset's in the middle. And then I think it's hard to tell. Kind of see it a little better up here, yeah. So then here we line it up. Cool. All right. So now let's see how this looks with the plastic. So they're all going to be, I think, probably to start with the same material. So let's go to shader. Let's go new. And yeah, so like a plastic material, we can do, I think glossy will do it. Can't quite remember. No, okay. So we'll do glass and probably mixed maybe with glossy. And I might just go look up if there's any tricks to doing like a clear plastic. But typically this is kind of the setup that I've used, right? So you take a mix shader and you grab something like a glossy and mix it with glass. Again, to get the plastic effect, I'm not sure. And then what usually works really nice is a Fresnel node, because the Fresnel will show it like transparent where it's straight on and not transparent on the edges, if that makes sense. So take a peek over here and let's kind of look and see. So let's plug this in and let's start with, let's see, it's glossy. Let me just double check this first. Oh, right. Okay, so we have to do, obviously we have to do, so let's go material, hard plastic. And then what we're going to apply it to all three. Copy link materials. There you go. So, you know, we're getting there already. And if we go back to the mix, and I think, I don't remember. I think we want to go the other way. Yeah, so I think what it'll do is it'll get, I think it'll get, it'll stay clear here, and then when you flip it around, okay, let's, like this kind of effect, you'll see in a second. Okay, so first of all, let's get this UV for the packaging. And no, is it this one? This is the, yeah. There we go. And let's rotate it so it's the right side. And then we can scale it. And obviously, you know, we'll bring this into Photoshop here at some point and see it. Because I'm worried a little bit about this, let's get rid of the background. Because it's already, you know, it's already a bit of a, you know what, kind of going through, like trying to run samples through all this plastic. So next thing we want to do is grab this and I don't know if we can, shoot, give me a second. Okay, so we can, I don't know if we can bevel the edges of this without, like, I think we would want to apply, I mean, I guess we just add a bevel. No, that's not what we want to do. Let's apply it. And then I think the way we'd want to do this, I mean, we could add this up. We don't want to add a subdivision to this because this is just literally paper. But if we grab the corners of it, no, I have to move this chair, by the way. I'm like, whatever I did, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, man. Okay, corner one, corner two. corner 3, corner 4. Okay, so now we can bevel right that. And we can kind of get the paper to be close. Like that. And then, you know, we could obviously scale it up a little bit. Scale it in. Still as close. So pretty cool already, right? Obviously, it's the plastic piece that we have to kind of figure out in the reflections. But, yeah. You know. We're not bad already. You know, obviously there's some little things that we can do. Like I'd like to kind of add like almost like a little perimeter to this one. So some thickness in here and then leave the corners, the tabs to be open somehow. So there's a bit of a thing, but you can see like already that's pretty cool. And then if you can imagine the back, we can even apply a different material to the back. Because I don't think we want to necessarily. It'd be cool to kind of do like, like we could just apply different material to the a different image to the back and do like the outline of the device. Or we could just make it plastic, or make it. But this is kind of the idea. Like the device would be kind of attached to the back. I'm almost, you know, tempted. Let's do, just kind of curious how the effect of these. IOR of hard plastic. 1.5. So I don't actually know with the Fresnel. I'm going to look that up to see whether, like, we don't want, we want it to be clear in the front. So if we just do the glass, just to kind of get the idea. So this is just with glass with a 1.5. No roughness, but you know, there's 3 pieces of plastic in this. So the 3 pieces of plastic are obviously going to start to create, you know, reflection. And, you know, I don't know. Let's just kind of, for fun, we'll set these to render. Get rid of the base. Get rid of any neon. This is the neon, by the way, the background. I have like a neon. Some neon that runs, but it, yeah, obviously it actually looks very cool with that, but we would have to get rid of it from a reflection standpoint on the front. But it definitely looks cool in the background. And then I also have an overhead light, which can sometimes look nice, adds like a little bit. There we go. So not bad to start. Not bad to start. I just wanted to kind of see what this looks like to render. Yeah, so maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick 15 because I'm going to get this chair fixed. I might grab a quick little snack or bite to eat. And then, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to just, we're not going to mess with this too much to start because I really just want to keep it simple. And then we could do these bolts through here. So that's one. Everything's a little too round. So we'll end up like fixing that up. But I really just kind of want to get it basic. And then we're just going to run this simulation on the back to see what it looks like with the plastic covering. Because it's pretty good. And then we just go into Photoshop and we'll take this and we'll, keep this probably, put a little TM, probably take this logo, maybe move it over here. I don't know if it's probably going to look bad. I might just move it down a bit. I think I'm going to keep this for the most part. I'd like to be able to generate some higher quality in AI, but we can see. And then I got to come up with a concept here. So I think it might be it. And then we'll just move this, we'll fix this text up and move this down. And yeah, I think that's probably going to be it. Okay, so let me save this. I'm just going to render one out while I'm on a quick break and see how this looks. So, backdrop, text. I don't think we need that. I don't actually know what that. Oh yeah, we don't need that. Okay, let's let her rock. Okay, guys, be back in a bit. All right, I'm back. I'm going to stop putting time up. I like to tell people how long I'm going to be gone for, but you can never predict it. I got something to eat, and then the Raptors are in overtime against Victor Wembanyama and San Antonio, and I forgot about it, so I really wanted to check that out. Okay, what do we got? So this is our render. So, okay, so I was trying to figure out what the heck was going on. Now I realize. Okay, so there's a couple things. So what's happening is this is the actual image. So these extra little layers are just from the image itself. The actual glass is there. So what we would have to do is obviously Photoshop this to just be black background. And then we would bring it right to here with the proper thing. So that's an easy fix. That would get rid of all this extra kind of stuff. And then we still have to do these pins. And then the glass is really, I think the glass is probably thickness. So I think we probably have to apply like a thickness around the outside and probably a bit of thickness to the pieces. Because right now each one is 2, and the light is going through them, but you don't get that same effect of, each one sort of having a bit of, darker than each one the ones in the middle darker than the ones on the outside because the light's going through it multiple times. This is all, I think, very easy. I don't see any like technical issues or hurdles, which is great. So let's do some simulation stuff because I want to kind of see how that works. I'll just save one of these out. Output. We'll just call this render test 1. Okay. So that makes me happy, at least in terms of there's no crazy surprises. So let's see about this simulation. So I've done this in different capacities, never quite like this. By the way, just thinking out loud, we'll have some emission on this so that it will probably show up a little bit more. There's a lot of noise here. Okay. So to do this, from what I remember, and if I have to bring up a video or something, we'll do it. But from what I remember, we need one enough mesh to do this. And I can't remember if it needs to be, like it can be a plane or it needs to be cloth. Pressure, sim blender. I just can't remember whether, yeah. So like there's a bunch of ways to do this one. So this is kind of example, right? So let's just do a quick scan through, see what he starts with. I think it's just a plane. Let's try it. Try it with the plane first, and then we'll go. So let's rotate this 90. Well, rotate it x90. Bring it down. Basically, the way this is going to work is we're going to make it essentially the same, the dimensions as this. Maybe a little bit smaller. Okay. And then bring it in. Maybe a little bit less. So if you kind of imagine this being the back packaging, and then we can just subdivide this. Let's go probably 100 times. Should do it. And then I think it's pretty simple in the sense that we can close everything else off. So we can get rid of this. So this is our plane. Is it filled? Yeah, okay, it's filled. I was like, oh, is it on? Oh, that's why. Okay. So this is our plane. We have backface culling, that's why. All right. So I think we're going to go this way. Not really sure what causes it to go one way or the other. And then we're going to do cloth. And we just have to kind of play with these. The first thing I think we want to do is grab a perimeter. So we can, there's a way to do this. Generate perimeter. I don't know, I can't remember, but there's a way to grab the whole. You can also just do this. And one more. And we're going to create a vertex group. We're going to call this pin assign. And then we'll go back to our simulation. We want to do pressure. And I think we want to go in. Let's see. We want to go to the pin, I think, if that's where we put it. Let's go no, I think it's this. I think we want this as the pin, I think. And we want to go self collisions. We may have to adjust these. Okay, let's just try this for now and see what happens. So save, and then we can just take a look at the front. And we'll change this to timeline. Hit play. So far it's just stopped, so we'll see what happened. Oh, okay. Something happened. Good to know. Might have crashed everything. Interesting. Not what we want. So let's just do a quick view. Okay. 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 Okay, so let's see what they did. They did collision, interesting. Wonder why. Oh, right, because they're just going to put their collisions on. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know why the simulation. I don't know the animation. Let's just do the simulation. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so they're gonna go. So he goes to cloth. Okay. Okay, we did that. So they did it under shape, which is I think what I did. Yeah. So what do they just do with the negative? So what did they just do? Okay, we did that. Shrink factor? I'd like to know what that is. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. So maybe it was the object collision. So we can make this smooth, and then let's turn self collisions on. So that causes weird issues. Okay, so self collision's what's causing the weird. So let's turn that off. And let's go to the pressure and let's change it up. Oh, let's turn gravity off. Where is that? Cool. So, I mean, already, with like obviously didn't, just one quick simulation, this is pretty cool. So let's just kind of take a peek at it before we go any further. Let's give it the same plastic, right? We don't even need to really go crazy. Where's our plastic? Okay, interesting. Let's do something different. Let's just use the principled, and let's just go like transmission up. I mean, it just gives at least like I might the fact that probably the scale is off on this might have had something to do with it. It's an interesting. The look actually looks really good, so I don't want to lose it. But okay, so what's going on with this? Okay, so there's the. This looks really awesome already. Roughness. Okay, what happened to our transmission? So there's alpha. Why the transmission wouldn't work? Huh. Eagles, Cowboys. Is it just the angle? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so it's roughness. In fact, we can go back to our plastic and bring a little bit of roughness up. And then let's bring this stuff back. Right? So there's this. And here's our plaque. So we did it the opposite side, but that's not a huge deal. Oh. So we would want to cache that bake. But man, that looks pretty good already, right? I mean, we could add subdivision to there's so much stuff we could do. So let's do, I want to do that exact thing again.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab. Being an NFL fan is the greatest.
I love this physics stuff. It's one thing like that because I do a lot of landscapes, and I've always been like, oh, I really want to get into this stuff. I just think it looks so cool. Oh, I want to cache it, right? So we cache it. I don't think we need that many frames, probably 100. And we can just bake it. I don't know if this... Am I missing something? We'll let it finish and see what it does. I thought it would show it in real time, but it could be wrong. Okay. So there we go. So now we can leave it at this frame. So now I think we can move it. I don't know why we can't move it. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can apply it. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, so we'll do is we'll just duplicate this, right? Ooh. That didn't work. I don't know why we can't. Weird. Okay. I'll figure that out, but let's just, for argument's sake, let's just take this now. So I want to see how this looks. And let's bring back the plaque. And let's, oh, so it's not, it's not quite enough. So, okay, so let's go back to the cloth. And then I don't know if like, let's see. So if we go back to the beginning, and we do that same simulation, but we change the pressure. So we have to delete the bake. Let's do the pressure to like 50. And then let's play that. I think it's going to push it further out, yeah. But I don't feel like it's limited maybe by the amount of material. So we'd have to figure that out. Trying to think out loud like how this would go. The other option is we could also do like, we could create the plaque, you know, like on this side, right? And then we could create, what is this one? Oh, right. Just bring this to, oh. Like we could also bring the plaque to this side, and then we could. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so we could bring this to this side, then we could connect it, which would be another kind of cool idea.
Are we here to win? To be immortalized by our victory? Or are we here to enjoy some crisp barefoot Pinot Grigio? We're here to do both. I might not know which wine to pair with what, but you better believe I know how many bottles.
No, I think it looked better with the full thing.
Football can be complicated.
So, excuse me, I got to think about this. How I would add. I don't think that the pressure is going to matter because there's only so much it has to work with. So, like if I change this to 150, it's just going to push it out far. But see, it stops. So there might be a. Sometimes there's a stretch. So, like for example, if you go like one here, no. Interesting. It's so cool what you can do. Just looking to see if there's anything around. Doesn't look like there's. So it might just be more material. Where is our?
Yeah. How many pages you got left? 30. Break time. Good looking out.
So this is the plastic bubble wrap.
We start the fourth quarter. Jalen Hurts went into the blue tent for some reason. Looks okay coming out of it. 28-17, his Eagles in front of the Cowboys. Had a great shot here in South Philly. The Eagles 7-1, Dallas 5-2. Obviously the first of their 2 meetings they'll play again, but this is a monumental game. The score holds. Dallas will be 2.5 back.
I'm just thinking out loud. How would you add more? Like obviously, if we do that, that doesn't help us. Like I think this is very logical. I'm just trying to think. What would allow more material?
So was Byard as well on that tackle on 3rd down and short.
I think this is a no-brainer here. Dak Prescott's going to go fast tempo, try to keep this personnel group of Philadelphia on the field and get 2 downs to pick this up.
On the fake. Pressure coming. Prescott throws. Oh, terrific catch by Gallup.
Well, you said it. I mean, this is a big-time throw. You mentioned he had to drop earlier, but he's now made 2 catches on this drive.
So it's like there's only so far you could stretch that. So either the material has to stretch or there needs to be more material. So how would you make more material? It's either got to stretch or it's got to have like a curve. My brain.
Typically a running back route, a Texas route or a trace route. He's got a three-way go. This time he sees that Cunningham all the way pursuing the out break and sees that space and he's able to set up this third and one. Last time on third and short, they passed it.
Stiff.
Now they got a bunch of big tight ends here on the end of the line. See if they turn around and hand this ball off to Pollard.
It's Lamb one-on-one against Darius Slay at the top two. But they will run it to Pollard.
Structural slider.
I don't know if that's enough. Lewis Morrow came in, was there. I think he's short. It'll be fourth down and short. You have to think they go.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. They're about a half yard short. You can see
Interesting. Might be this.
this is a critical play right now. You wonder, do they go to their version of a quarterback sneak or see they're going big
Okay, let's try 2,500. Didn't make a difference. Let's change this to 1.
I think the second effort was enough, Craig. And now multiple penalties, too.
Yeah, if they were going to get a personal foul at the end, I'm with you. I think he was able to pick up the first down. But there's going to be a personal foul. I'm just not exactly sure. Did they throw it on the first or the second guy in? Looked like it was Kevin Byard of the Eagles who was involved in that scrum. Just not sure who they're going to throw the flag on.
At the end there, Kevin Byard and Jay Ferguson. Feel the love from Dallas emanating from the fans out on the field. Nick Sirianni, mad, but just interesting the play call. They kind of they give Philly a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, they did it out of a big jumbo. I mean, they didn't have one wide receiver.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense.
Slightly different.
Yeah, they always get the second guy in. Let's go back here. See the jumbo to the right. It's an unbalanced set. Looked to me like Dak is close. They gave him a lot of forward progress as he kept battling.
It's really interesting.
They gave him all of that yardage, and then you see Byard. He came in at the end. Ferguson kind of peeled him off the pile, and the age-old rule, they always get the second guy.
Really looks at me. There's like a pin group there, eh? I guarantee you there's a... Yeah, see that? So it's kind of cool to know because you can you can see how it kind of creates like a little bit of a... Right now it kind of has a much more... There's that like weird spot there. And then, I mean, just it looks awesome. And then you can even probably add a subdivision to it. Yeah, it looks really good. I mean, really just how do we make... You know, we can't obviously... What is that doing? Let's see what our friends at Chat GPT say. How do I make cloth in a cloth in Blender actually stretch further when using the pressure setting?
When I got the script, I was like, does Taco Bell really not have a breakfast taco? Doesn't that concern you?
All right, keep it ready and action.
Fluffy eggs.
Can you give me some values for this? I mean, maybe shear is what it is. I just don't know what that word is.
Makes car insurance easy.
Okay, structural, lower. Okay, so structural and shear. So
Say when.
shear. Okay.
Say when. Fresh hot pepper? Oh, yes, please.
With 24/7 emergency roadside service, it's easy to Geico.
Oh, can we get a box?
Not really.
Hi, we're Visible, and this is not a
It
holiday
looks
ad.
good though.
Holidays mean stress, and we want to de-stress. Your wireless, anyway. On the Visible plan, get one line
Okay,
for
what
only
about
$39.95
structural?
a month. That's reason to celebrate. Wait, is this a holiday ad? Switch today at visible.com.
What is this? Okay, so
Two forces collide. Big news Saturday on Fox. 11th ranked Penn State. Host Heisman hopeful J.J. McCarthy and Fort Wayne's Michigan. Michigan, Penn State. Big news Saturday on Fox.
I don't know what just happened there.
The Eagles are challenging the spot. There's also a personal foul penalty. What's being looked at?
Oh,
Exactly. It was a dead ball personal foul. So the Eagles are challenging that the line of game was not made, which would give them the football. And then the penalty would be enforced half the distance. It's really close. As you watch this, really Ferguson taking Byard off the pile. That's really the first action that should have been called. And then Byard reacts. But too close. Really, we looked at this throughout the break. It's really too close to change. Here comes the call.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. With first down. A little bit disruptive. Yeah, so the Eagles will have to use a timeout there on the challenge. So that penalty, which was a dead ball penalty, I don't think that was announced at the time. Sirianni's upset. I think it's one of those things too, Greg, where they called it first down the field. When you don't see anything, you have to stick with the call. So after all that,
it's weird that it won't let me change that.
this drive coming up, but it's first and goal for the Cowboys.
This would be a golden opportunity for Dallas to kind of exercise some of these demons in the red zone. They've had struggles all year long. As we've talked about at length, they find themselves down 11 here. They've been better today. 2 for 2 so far. This would be a great opportunity for them to go 3 for 3 and get back on the racetrack. Absolutely. The hardest thing to defend in the red zone is scramble drill. The longer the play lasts, the more time the quarterback can buy, the harder it is for these defensive backs to pace. They cover. He's going to try to, if they drop back, he's got to find a way to
I
extend.
keep thinking it's gonna work, but it's cool though because you can see with the pressure, like the more, but it still it still seems to make sense because the material is just not stretching. I mean, this almost would fit in there.
This feels like a critical moment in the game.
You know, it's gonna look cool though. Okay, I'm gonna do is I'll take a break, and I'll just watch some videos and just try to figure it out, or actually maybe I'll just go look at the Blender manual, and yeah, I'll be back probably in 10 minutes. I'm just gonna do the old regular be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. I think we're back. We're back. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I got a couple other settings. It might just be what I said. I still think it can stretch. So I was looking at volume. There's still something I couldn't, like, I went through the manual. I still couldn't find anything about, like, the tension settings. Oh, that did it. So why did that not change before? So this is the tension. So watch. Whoa.
Season, give your family the gift that keeps them going.
So that's interesting. So, yeah, and then it settles on. Okay, so we kind of know the scenario now, which is interesting. So this is kind of cool too. I was just looking at this. This is the speed, so you can slow it down a little bit. Give you a little bit of time to kind of figure it out. That's crazy. So what we're looking for is so 0.1. Let's see. So that's super great. But you can see that tension definitely makes a difference. So if we bring that tension down, you get, eventually get too far. So there you go, right? There's like a full balloon. Looks kind of crazy. But we want to do is we want some, like, we kind of want some, ripples and stuff. So we kind of have to play with some of these settings. Let's see what this does.
Your love story deserved to shine bright. You don't need an occasion. You and your life are the event. We are all made to shine.
Let's get it.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted.
So what's interesting about this is you can go,
And at the 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey home every mile with the Hyundai
let's change this back.
Now's the time to get in and get away. Get 0%
So
60 months plus 0 payments and up to 1,000 bonus
now I feel like it's a little bit more realistic. So these were like these numbers. So this is if you kind of do it, blows out to that. I don't know if anything else changed. I don't know if we just get rid of it, if that defaults it back. Let's just see. So if we go in here, 0.3, I don't know if any of this changed. Shape, shrinking factor, collisions, object collisions, self collisions, gravity off, and then pressure. Let's go 50. Oh, we need our pin group. So what am I missing? Pressure.
Well, you just told me you were sitting over there on the bench, right as your defense was making yet another stop after another stop. Can I get your reaction when that happened?
So it's kind of going, but what's the...
Has some adversity on every end, all three phases, but the way they showed up for us in the end, Lane saying we wanted to make it close, but that's a very competitive team. We all know that they do a great job over there, but we found a way to win tonight. That's all that matters.
Hey, Jalen, we heard the reaction from the entire crowd when the defense made the stop. We also heard the reaction when we saw you run out in the third quarter after we saw you.
Just odd that it's
What was it like coming back?
it's so slow now.
Got injured a little bit with such a gutsy effort here.
And for this team, for this city, I'll do anything. I'm just happy we were able to come out and get a win, because that's all that matters in the end. We just want to continue to build momentum, continue to clean things up. Obviously, did a good job of protecting the ball, but continue to press forward, continue to grow into the team we know we can be.
Appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
All right, a big win for the Philadelphia Eagles, a big loss for the Dallas Cowboys. Another NFC
Yeah, I just that's odd that it got slower. So let's go back to where we cleared the modifier.
Chris is not in here yet. What he learned today is what this place is all about. And when he wants to listen to the girls, let's make sure we let him hear it. Are you ready?
Weird.
A lot of guys make a lot of plays today that helped us win a big division game. Awesome job. But here's one thing that I noticed 100%. Again,
I tell you, the thing about this team, and we talked about it a lot, they're tough mentally and physically. They respond to getting punched in the face. They play from behind. They make big plays on both sides of the ball when it's needed at the end of
Weird.
the games, and that happened again today.
The situational football seems to be their friend
Yeah.
in a lot of
I
sorts of
like
ways.
okay, so
Here's
I
Jim
like
Grocer
there's
joining us
some pattern
for
here.
all the latest news and notes around the NFL as we get ready to wrap up the Sunday of Week 9. Jay?
look, we're waiting right now. Dallas Goddard, we just saw him leave that game there against the Dallas Cowboys. Winning, got an X-ray, waiting for the results of that. The New York Giants, they X-rayed Daniel Jones, his knee. Those X-rays were negative, but that's not the big part. Their fear is that there's a torn ligament there. The MRI comes tomorrow. If there actually is a torn ligament, obviously Daniel Jones could miss extended time. And the ex-Giant they went against today, Antonio Pierce, the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. He did sign to become the interim head coach of the Raiders. However, I'm told that
So it's
Antonio
probably
Pierce
be
is
like
still
this. Let me just
possible
kind of
as the
see.
interim head coach of the Raiders if all goes well.
All right, they won 30-6. Big win for them. Who else won the day? Here, start with you, Jim.
How about the rookie quarterback for Houston? He takes them on a winning touchdown drive, 46 seconds left in the game. He throws for 5 touchdowns and 470 yards, a rookie passing record. C.J. Stroud.
Antonio Pierce grows up in Compton. He's a big Raiders fan growing up as a kid right by the Coliseum. He's now the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. For him to come in today with all the kind of controversy that's been going on the last week, get the win and rewrite the ship for the Raiders.
Yeah, I thought that today Joshua Dobbs, who had come over in a trade from Arizona to the Minnesota Vikings when Cousins went down with the Achilles tendon tear. I thought the job he did after only 5 days in Minnesota today, winning that football game.
I still think there could be just we could probably do this with more material.
You can see that the coach had time to tell Dobbs in his ear, all right, make sure you go to the right side. 1, 2, 3. Right? He was
I just got to think of how I would do it.
and this kid is so smart. Pretty amazing. Joshua Dobbs today, 2 touchdown passes for the Minnesota Vikings. Nice day.
All right, that'll do it for us here at midnight on Sunday. But next week, make sure you join us for a special 2-hour live show from the Air Force Academy. It's our favorite show of the year and on November 10th.
Best thing we do.
Yes. I interviewed for the head coaching job at the Air Force Academy. I didn't get it.
I think it worked out for his hands and for you.
Oh, yeah.
We can't wait for that show. And as part of the show, Rob Gronkowski will be with us. He is jumping out of an airplane live.
Oh, the more I talk to Gronk as we get closer and closer, he's having doubts.
You better do it. It's live TV.
Oh, we can do it.
Okay. So we will get a chance to see Gronk jump out of the plane next week. It has been a happy Sunday for
I wonder.
Philadelphia fans and a lot of other folks. We'll see you next Sunday from the Air Force Academy.
Fox Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League. For NFL news and highlights, go to NFL.com.
Pilots are great all around. You must prove what you're capable of under the most extreme conditions. Talk is cheap. Action. That's what matters.
The Chasing Business Premier Card is made for Sam, who makes
So I like this look a little bit better.
The Seahawks on the road as we welcome you to Fox 13 Game Day alongside former Seahawk Jordan Domino. I'm Aaron Levine. It was the second largest margin of defeat in the Pete Carroll era, 37-3. Jordan, if today was a litmus test, what did we learn about the Seahawks team?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of struggles. I mean, offensively, we've watched this kind of start to matriculate over the last few weeks. Errors from the quarterback, turnovers, and not converting on third down, red zone woes, defense being on the field far too long. This all happened when you play against a tough football team like the Baltimore Ravens. You kind of get exposed in those areas, and Baltimore really controlled the game. I would say after the first quarter, 0-0, everyone thought it'd be a tight ball game, even I did. But after that, it was 30 points in the next 30 minutes, and it got away really fast.
Let's be honest, these are games we're thrilled. We can't show any video because of NFL footage restrictions, but if nothing, it was a wake-up call for a team that is still 5-3 this season, fighting for the NFC West. Let's take a look at the final stats. These are not typos. It was this ugly. 515 total yards for Baltimore, close to 300 rushing yards. The first downs, Jordan, 29-6. The Seahawks just 1 of 12 on third down, and the Ravens had the ball more than two-thirds of the game. Jordan, wake me up. Is this nightmare finally over?
Yeah, well, let's hope so. I mean, what sticks out to me is, obviously the first downs and lack of offensive production when you look at total yards, giving up over 500 by this defense. When we saw this defense making, a lot of progress. I mean, obviously we talked about, last year's defense, the run game, and
So yeah, it's interesting because it is, it is simulating the way that you would think it would. It's like stretch and bounce back, and then depending on how much pressure is in here, how fast it's going to open up, but also how far it's going to stay out. See how that stays further out. But the trick is like, how do we get what we want is enough pressure to stretch the material, but what we want is the kind of the bubble situation. So like I could do, let's just try something. So if I went here and I added these to the pin group and I just set them at say 0.25 and assign that one, and then maybe set this one at 0.25. I'm curious now what this would do. Yeah, okay. So it kind of does that cool. That might actually be neat. So right, and it creating that kind of bubble effect. It's so crazy how realistic it is, though. It's like, so let's do like this. So we'll get rid of these ones. And then like, what do we got here? I mean, what we'd want to do is go like, oh man, I don't know how we do this. Stats. Trying to think through. Like, is there a grid select? I think there might be 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20. 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16. Okay, wait. 2, 3. Oh, Matt, you're stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I can't even see what I'm clicking. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20. So, what does that do? It kind of does about equal. So if we go back to our pin and we assign these 0.25, except we want to assign we want to deselect and then assign 0.25, and there we go. So I think the outside should be 100 and these should be 0.25. Okay, so let's run it. That looks right. So what's cool is like with the pin group is that these ones, these ones stay, they don't move because you set them to 100%. And, we could have made a bigger, we could even had more because this one's kind of interesting. But these ones go, which is really cool. The question is, can we get these to be, can we make this look good at, at a high enough pressure? It's kind of cool. So it reminds me of like a bubble jacket. Kind of dig it. Kind of dig it. Okay, well, let's keep it for now because I want to see what we can do with the material first.
Now, to put things in context, last week the Seahawks faced the top-ranked defense in the league. Today they face the second-ranked defense in the league. But if you go back to the start of the second quarter against Cleveland, the Seahawks have 22 offensive series, just one touchdown, one field goal, 3 interceptions, one fumble, 12 punts, and a turnover on downs. What is going on offense, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not a lot of production. You talk about the passing game. Look, this offense starts with the run game. Everyone's, disappointed in Gino's performance, and certainly turnovers is, critical in this game. It's certainly, one of the things that Coach Carroll talks a lot about, but they turn the ball over way too much. If you're not able to run the football game and starting this offense, this is what this team, this is the identity of this team, the identity of this offense, then it's going to be hard for Gino just to drop back. Now you're making it easy for the pass rusher to get to you. You look at Gino's numbers today, another interception. He's not taking care of the football there. But I think overall, you got to find ways to be consistent on first and second down and minimize these third and long situations. They're not very good right now on third down. They're not very good at all in the second half in terms of points. Only 16 points total in the last 4 games for this offense. They got to do some things now and do some things fast.
Now, in Gino's defense, the small unforced errors early on in this game did not help. The third down drop by Jackson Smith and Jigba, the false start penalty by Jason Peters. They still went 1 for 12 though on third down. If you're on social media, I know there are a ton of fans who are calling for a replacement right now at quarterback. What would you say to that?
I would say not just yet. Not yet. I know Gino is working through, I would say just a tough time. I mean,
I don't know. I like this.
this year, last year being the comeback player of the year, and this year, totally different guy. I mean, it's almost reverting back to his old self back in, the Jets. But I think they can
The thing is, like, the practicality of it sucks because, like, you have this thing, but then it doesn't protect, you know, from the front.
between Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, that's not good enough for this offense. They have to be able to run the football. They have to stick with the run, particularly on the road, and particularly against a tough football team like the Baltimore Ravens.
But I was thinking about making like
I think they can get through that. They're working through that. There's some highlights on the defensive side of the ball. Trey Brown, I mean, fighting Odell Beckham all the way down to
I was thinking about making kind of like a little like one that comes out here. So making like another material to kind of protect the front, like another bubble kind of around the rim. And I kind of like that idea. So I'd like to figure this out. So this is at 41. So let's go to physics and let's bake to 50. And then let's bake to 50 and see what it does. Okay. So what is it, like 44 look good?
I'll say this, the Seahawks defense kept them within striking distance for most of the first three quarters, forcing those couple turnovers, which you mentioned. But how much of an issue is missed tackles going forward with this team?
This looks fine at 50. And then, you know, we can do, I was looking at smooth. Is there a smooth modifier? What does that do?
from sideline to sideline is huge because now you're looking at the running back. Next thing you know, you have a guard, trying to put his paws on
I don't think that works very well.
pick up and find out to locate the ball. And Lamar Jackson is running out with a naked boot with
Oh, kind of just smooths it out, does it?
the defensive ends. They do the RPOs. They're very good at it. The run pass options. Lamar Jackson, he gives them ability to, tuck the ball and pull it and run.
See if this is any better.
Keeps this off. That's what makes them so dynamic. So when those two aren't working in
It's interesting.
linebackers and defensive
The smooth actually works really well.
you're trying to guess where the ball is, and by the time you locate the ball, it's 5 yards
Just smooths out all the.
fast enough to make the tackle.
Very cool.
That's communication,
I was reading that in the manual. See the difference?
that's film study. All of those things go.
So I think that's probably good because I don't think it's going to add any geometry. Okay. I think we got something kind of cool. It's fully covered. We can change the IOR. We can change the way it looks. And then I think it should go kind of around.
Fortunate the Seahawks don't have to face the Ravens 17 times this season. Good news also, they're back home next week with a chance to get right against the Commanders. Up next, our Ian Furness is in Baltimore, catching up with the players, including
Like not around, but like, okay, let me show. Let me just do it.
game day after a 37-3 loss to the Baltimore Ravens.
Game Day on Fox 13 is sponsored by your Western Washington Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. All-wheel drive season is coming. Changes, weather, road conditions. What doesn't change? Toyota's commitment to giving you the freedom to explore with more all-wheel drive choices like the best-selling Camry. Toyota is now offering $1,000 APR cash on any new gas model 2024 Camrys, including all-wheel drive, or low APR financing on remaining 23 Camrys, plus 2 years no-cost maintenance. Change is coming. Save now on Camry. Toyota, let's go places.
Fred Meyer gives you so many ways to save. On top of our lower than low prices. Enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon. And with a Boost membership, you'll save even more with double fuel points and free delivery. Plus, our weekly sales will keep your budget merry and bright. So get rewarded and save. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
Stokely is coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center Saturday night, November 11th. Grammy-nominated vocal, songwriter, producer, and multi
Okay, so what I'm thinking is
at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
That sound.
and you know, now that I think about it, you want to kind of have it, I think, as an overlap because you can always trim it.
Hungry.
I think it just probably will create a better effect, right? So
Good thing this board explorer
let's go like this, and then let's apply the scale. And then we'll subdivide. We'll go 100 again. And then what we'll do here, I wish we could kind of do like a,
Hours after a frustrating Seahawks loss in Baltimore, and after the game, our Ian Furness caught up with one of the newest additions, but still a familiar face, Frank Clark.
Aaron, thanks a lot. Frank Clark is here. I wish we were doing this first interview on your way back on better terms. I'll just ask you, both sides of the ball, 0-0 after 15 minutes. What happened?
I believe execution. When you look at it, for as long as we can all remember, this defense. I mean, this team has been built on defense. The foundation of this team has been built on defense. So, and today we didn't do our job defensively. I feel like missed tackles is one of the biggest things. Gap assignments, staying gap sound, gap sound defense. So the moment you're peeping, the moment you're looking to make a play in a gap that's not yours, they're gonna capitalize on that. I feel like the Ravens did a good job of that today.
That, as you're describing it, just gap integrity sounds fixable. That sounds like something that, you're in practice, you're in tape, you're watching film. That feels fixable. This could be a one-off thing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's all fixable. If you got the right guys, in there who want to fix it. And I think we do. We got a great group, like we said before. Got a great group of guys. It's my second week here. And man, it feels like old times. You know what I'm saying? When you can look at certain guys, but these guys have done a major job. Even before I got here, of just building a culture, getting the culture back to where it needs to be. And I feel like we shouldn't shy away from that.
so
I feel like we got to keep on growing, keep on building on that. Don't get too complacent, and we're gonna be all right.
Did you sense any sense or feeling of complacency this week? I know it's only your second week, but you have that huge win against the Lions. This was going nuts at Lumen Field last week. You come back here against a great team and a great defense. Did you feel any letdown in that?
So I'm thinking
Two
this.
you guys have, young guys and some veterans as well.
I don't feel like we was let down or we let anyone down at all. I feel like when you let yourself down in time like this, because at the end of the day, the coaches got Monday through Saturday basically to coach yourself to prepare for a game to play on Sunday for 3 hours, 4 hours.
And then we'll just bring this up a little bit.
After that final meeting on Saturday night, their job is finished, and the rest is on us as players.
Let's just double check. So this should be all kind of.
We had drops here. We had missed opportunities, missed tackles, missed interceptions. We didn't do a good job containing the ball when the time was needed to contain the ball from the quarterback and keeping them in the pocket. And I felt like
Just double checking. So that's all in.
I feel like as coaching, the coaching did a great job of prepping
Okay,
us.
so we need to scale it down a little bit.
As players, we gotta come show up. We gotta show up to work with a mentality on getting better.
Okay, this looks pretty good. So the idea is like, okay, we're not going to do these. And then what I was thinking is I would also do the inside. So if I invert, if I just select nothing and then select these, that's the pin. And then what I want to do is do a selection box. Probably select like here to maybe 4.
There's different kinds of losses in this league. There's heartbreakers. You weren't here for Cincinnati. That was a heartbreaker.
I would say this.
Then there's the great wins, but there's also blowouts on both sides. When you get what happened today handed to you guys, is it easier just to flush that one?
Okay, and then we'll add this to the pin group.
Tell the truth Monday, all those different things, is it easier to flush this one and move on?
So then what happens, I think, is that now it should just be like a little pop, like the perimeter should just pop out. We'll see. So now we go to physics, cloth, and we don't have to change anything other than probably the gravity to 0. And we just need to change the pressure to something. And then let's run it.
Thanks a lot, guys. Clark had just one tackle today. A tough day overall for the entire defensive side of the ball.
Interesting.
Defensively, how much of today is just a one-off because the Ravens' offense is so unique? And
So this is fine. What happened to it?
moving forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been a one-off because no other team has had this kind of success against this defense
So
like the Baltimore Ravens have. The 20 points they've given up in the second half of the last 4 football
what
games.
would cause?
That's dating back all the way, I think, to the New York Giants Monday Night
I don't know why that one's taken off.
Fix it. But again, this defense is on the
Very
field
odd.
minutes because offense were unable to execute and get first downs.
Yeah.
That's the concerning part. So 500 yards, 300 yards on the ground.
Oh,
You scratch your head at it because they
stupid.
just run it. Are these guys tired? Are they leaning on them too much?
Yeah, they were tired.
Well, I think the answer is yes. But again, defensively, you're still out there to do your job. And of course, this defense has been priding itself all season long on stopping the run. 3 plays, 142 yards by the Baltimore Ravens. They just had way too many explosive plays.
Up next, the Geno Smith discussion continues. We will also hear from the man himself. It is coming up after a 37-3 loss to the Ravens here on Fox 13 Game Day.
Okay, weird.
Grab 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and a popcorn for just $250 with the Kraken Family Ticket Bundle with Fox 13. Visit NHL.com/Kraken/tickets.
We are Grocery Outlet and we are your Park and Bliss Market. What's Park and Bliss? You know that feeling you get when you find the name brands you love but for way, way less? That's Park and Bliss. It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale going on now through November 7th. We have hundreds of wines sure to pair with any gathering. So act now because this deal won't last long. Stop in and save today.
Could the disc 3 more squiggly?
I don't know what I did here.
Perfect. So now, you have the driver's license? Oh, what did you get us?
With a click of a pen, you can win a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event.
Weird.
Don't forget to lease a new 2024
I swear I got that right.
Deposit, zero first month payment, and 0%
Okay, so how do I do this? So let's invert, I guess. And then
each featuring our enormous baked fresh in our kitchen every day buttermilk biscuits, the baby burn chicken fried steak, the savory tri-tip Benedict, the hot honey crispy chicken, and the colossal breakfast club. So get to Black Bear Diner today and grab your fortune night biscuits for a limited time only.
Great news for Kubota excavator buyers. Finally, we have the most popular Kubota excavators in stock. That's right, Kubota excavators now in stock. Plus, get Kubota instant financing. Kitsap Tractor and Equipment, Silverdale, and now Marysville.
okay, so let's remove these.
For Seahawks quarterback Geno Smith, who continues to have problems in the turnover department, but it was
Okay,
more than
so
37-3 loss to Baltimore. Here's what
this.
Geno said.
I think they did a really good job. I
Okay,
think
wrong. We did the opposite.
the mistakes that we made.
No, we didn't.
Obviously, they
This
capitalized
makes
on
sense.
that. So, we know every game's going to be tough, man. This is the NFL. There's great players all across the league. It's a tough game. It's a real tough game. You got to go out there and you got to play disciplined football in order to win. And today we didn't do it. It's tough. It sucks. We were looking forward to this matchup, and I just feel like we didn't play our best football today. Obviously, we made a ton of mistakes and a lot of things that we need to correct. But, as I always say, I put those things right at my own feet, and I look at myself in the mirror and say, what can I do better to help this team and help my guys? And so that's exactly what I'm going to do again. I'm never going to shy away from it, and I'm going to keep
Okay.
on working.
So this is doing everything.
Turnovers, penalties, those things.
What happened on the interception to Costa's side?
It was on me, bad pass.
What was going on there down to?
I think we were 1 for 11 on the play.
Um,
Yeah, just not good enough. Terrible. And that's not going to get us any wins.
I don't know why that.
Last week, you guys established a pretty good run game and couldn't get it done today. Was that part of the trouble with getting some points on the board?
I think you always have to have a balanced attack, especially going up against a great defense. And
I can't remember, is it this or this?
But like I said, that's on me. I got to figure out ways to be better and help out.
Okay, it's working, I think. I don't know. Oh, right.
Yeah, when the defense gives you those opportunities and, you kind of have a chance to kind of steal some momentum
try that again.
We turned the ball right back over, gave them points, and so again, that's one of the mistakes that I'm talking about that we got to do better in those situations.
Okay, so Jordan, 6 interceptions and 2 fumbles for Geno Smith. That's 8 turnovers in the last 4 games. Pete Carroll can't write that
Okay,
off
there
as
we
a
go.
big
So see, now it's working.
with his quarterback going forward.
Yeah, well, I think there's a little patience, but I think there is a little concern, and maybe Drew Lock is feeling like he probably needs to be ready at any moment because the way
Okay, so
he
now
is
we can
playing
probably
so
adjust the
effectively,
same
his offense taking the next
things.
step. Right, last year was a great season. This year, what is the progression for Geno now having full command year two? In Shane Waldron's offense, but this was the worst game that we've seen, from Geno and from this offense specifically. I think again with the lack of running game and the inability to be effective in some of the simple short passing game, like those incomplete passes that you dial up for like 5 or 6 yards and layup opportunities, or maybe give your receiver a chance to make a defender miss. They're missing, and this week it looked like it was the batted passes at the line of scrimmage, which became huge.
Yeah.
Huge. 1 of 12 on third down. 20 minutes possessing the football today. That's not good football.
Yeah, not even 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes. It's pretty hard to see. You saw an animated defensive sideline at one point of this game. Devin Witherspoon, Jamal Adams. We're going to have a reaction from Adams coming up. And Ian Furness heads into the Seahawks locker room with more reaction from the team after a 34-point loss on the road. It's coming up next on Fox 13 Game Day. Seattle Kraken, the center of attention as Seattle became Hockeytown, USA.
So, trying to think what we did different. So this one is, well, let's just copy.
Here, freshly made grizzly bear tracks. Survival. It's not guaranteed.
No.
Good thing I got my Ford Bronco Sport, because it goes over any terrain. I hear there's a good diner on the other side of the mountain.
I'm out of here. Wherever you go, a Ford Bronco Sport is the key to
Oops.
success. Get a great deal on one today. Only at your local Ford dealer.
Mac and cheese, call them my name.
So just looking for again, what is it?
Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed.
The Kraken are back. With their unrelenting attack. Lineup
Going a little bit more.
playing for each other in the city they call home. Resilient and relentless. Their depth is their greatest strength. Seattle Kraken. Defend the deep.
Well, okay, let's just try this. So, oops.
Fox 13 Game Day, Aaron Levine with Jordan Babineau after a 37-3 loss to the Baltimore Ravens. Our Ian Furness, he drew the short end of the stick today, having to head into the locker room after the game.
Well, this thing got out of control pretty quickly, especially at the start of the second half. Afterwards, we went to the Seahawks locker room, and it was a solid locker room, as you could imagine. When you go 1 for 12 on third down, also give them over 500 yards of offense on the other side, both the offense and the defense know they've got to get better, but they also know this is a game that they can put aside and quickly win.
Okay, so I actually think this may not be that bad. So what I want to do now is I'm going to bake this for 50.
Tomorrow's a new week. So Monday starts next week for the next day.
Lesson learned, moving. You get
And then 50 both should be done. And then I got to, this is what's a little bit annoying.
knowing our guys were in the
I don't know if you can,
You win a couple games in a row, play well, start feeling pretty good about yourself, and then bam, you get humbled. You know what I mean?
so you can kind of see, like I was thinking like this.
I learned today about
I don't know if why it wouldn't be. Did it rotate? No.
And here's why. That game, yeah, Seattle had a chance to win at the very end. This game, they felt like they were out of it by the start of the third quarter. But what I mean by that is this. The defense played well enough at times. Obviously, those 4 possessions to start the second half, it didn't look so good. But by then, the Baltimore Ravens were rolling, and the Seahawks offense had nothing going. This was more on the offense and the
So I
defense.
was thinking this and then
Get better. They also know that the
trimming
Seahawks offense, they won't face a Ravens defense or a team like this defensively again until maybe
like
the
that.
postseason. Send it back to you.
Thanks a lot, Ian. So let's talk about DK Metcalf. He had that one big catch for 50 yards, 4 targets on the day. What do we think about his production lately? And is he more hurt than he's letting on right now?
Yeah, I think that's DK playing a little bit or keeping his cards close and maybe playing through some pain. I gotta imagine that he probably is, and being that he set his first game out of his career, just a few short weeks ago. But DK is one of those big targets that you need the presence of DK on the field because he makes and commands such a presence from the defense that it creates other opportunities for your receivers. JSN today, 7 targets today. Obviously, the one drop on third down we talked about earlier. But here's where he steps in and can make some plays while DK or Tyler is commanding a double team. Offensively, again, there was no rhythm. It's hard to play on the road in a tough environment against the best defense in the NFL with no rhythm. You look at how the Baltimore Ravens are built. Of course, Jadeveon Clowney being one of those players. I mean, they're 6'5" on the edge, 300 in the middle, and 4'5" speed at linebacker. And that's their front seven. They're just John Harbaugh and the team has just done a great job of putting this defense together. I think the Seahawks can figure some things out. Offensively, they got to find a way to utilize those weapons. Again, the quick passing game, being in rhythm there. They're missing. Those are easy throws in the NFL. And then those down the field passes when you're mixing in the tight ends, maybe using a little max protection with some wiggle of some of your wrinkle plays that you see with one-offs. They got to find a rhythm. And Shane Waldron, I know this offensive staff is working well to get this rhythm back. But again, Geno protecting the football, Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker running the football. That's Seahawks offense.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys out there can say this also. Jadeveon Clowney looks like a defensive back out there. Number 24, he's on down. What's going on?
Yeah, I think he's down like 265. He fooled me. Plus, like 24. Who's this big defensive end? Looking like a monster. But again, that's just how this Ravens defense is built. And we'll talk about ways that I think that they can utilize, neutralize pass rushers like the Baltimore Ravens because the Commanders are coming in. They're pretty good. Obviously, the Rams on the schedule and the defense that they have. 4 sacks that they're given up by this offense. The 1 sack forced fumble by Van Dorn. Actually had 2 of them. Again, that could be timing. That's rhythm. If you're experiencing that, you know that they're rushing and pressure. Where are your checkdowns? Where are the quick throws? Do you always check to the run? When can you find the use of the bubble screen and get the one-on-one matchup with the linebacker in space? Again, it's easy for me to say now, but while I'm holding a microphone, but out there, I think Geno's maybe just playing a little bit.
Hey Ian, how you doing, man?
A little bit, not seeing things.
I've got
And to your point, plain and simple, there
got some voice notifications now.
he shouldn't be held
Good to see you.
against anyone, including the Ravens. So they're
I don't know. I'm just yeah.
up next.
You'll kind of like this one. I'm doing some weird stuff, Ian. I'm coming up with like a packaging for this product. And I kind of dig it. There's a few little issues I got to fix, but I feel like it's pretty close. It's got that kind of crazy bubble wrap thing on the back. So basically the device is inside here. And then I was trying to put like a little bit of a bubble wrap on the front. This one doesn't look as good, but I think I can get that better. So there's like a little bubble wrap on the front. Actually, I'll definitely get that. What I'll probably do is maybe even apply it to like here to the plastic and then yeah.
Or low APR financing on remaining 23 RAV4s, plus 2 years no-cost maintenance. Change is coming. Save now on RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. We keep this love in a photograph. We make these memories for ourselves. Where our eyes are never closing, hearts are never broken, time's forever frozen.
Yeah, yeah, I really like it. I really like the audio. It's a cool way to do it. I don't know what the delay would be now, but yeah, I'm kind of digging the bubble wrap, and this is the cover that I got to edit. So I got to bring that into Photoshop and then light it. And I think that tonight this is gonna be it. I was thinking I would potentially even just get a really high quality model and maybe even upload like a GLB file for people.
Great news for Kubota tractor buyers. Wait no longer.
Trying to think where the heck.
Most popular Kubota tractor models now in stock. Plus, get instant
Oh yeah,
financing.
this is it. Okay.
Powertrain warranty. Kitsap Tractor and Equipment. Silverdale and now in Marysville.
West Coast News Wrap is bringing you stories from across our region, from the Pacific Coast
Curious what this looks like with a bit of a mission.
deeper understanding of
Ooh, better.
dynamic region. West Coast News Wrap, changing the game.
So I somehow did this backwards.
Fox 13 Plus.
Okay, it definitely looks good with the mission.
I mean, this is a regular season. It's not the playoffs. So, you got another game that you get to play. So, I mean, you just learn from it, fix it, move on. It's not like this was the last game we was ever going to play.
And with the Niners off this week, we are deadlocked atop the
Yeah, I don't know. The delay could be restream. Like, I don't know what the delay is for me, because like I see it, your message, so I don't experience it. So you type it, and then it wouldn't come up on. Now, when you type it, it would come up in the chat right away, but then it comes on delay, which probably just means I'm on a delay, which I don't know. I would assume would be the same everywhere. Maybe Twitch does specific delay, others don't. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I think. Okay, there it is. Yeah. I don't know. You let me know. Okay, so I'm going to bring this into Photoshop now. Take a little break. Because, this is pretty close. I just need to change a few little things. It'd be nice to know what fonts they were, though. I love Anna, but no, we don't need that. Interesting.
Yeah, it's so key. It's so important. Everybody has to do their job. Obviously staying in our gap. Whether he's coming to you, it can peak, and then he hits the other gap. It's so many gymnastics. That's what makes him special. He causes defenses to be disciplined at all times because he's that special with the ball. I mean, again, man, each week you get tested. It doesn't matter who you play. You got to show up because if you don't, things like that happen. You get in and out. So, again, a well-coached organization. They've been doing this for a long time, and obviously it was their day today.
Awesome. Yeah, go. That's sweet. I appreciate it. Enjoy that, and good luck. So I am going to grab this file. And what I need, so I have two options. I can just do it as is, or
He's been just consistently doing what he does best. He's getting better. Obviously, it's year 2 for him. So the sky's the limit for Marvell. Bro, we woke up this morning, and that's a blessing. Hey, a lot of guys finished the game without getting injured. Prayers to the guys that did get injured, because we take that for like granted. You know what I mean? Just walking off the field. Obviously, the situation was not where we wanted it to be, but just grateful to walk off the field. No injuries. God's good. I played out. You know what I mean? And obviously they've been trying to be in coverage. Obviously, it's been silent, but
Okay, so let's close this. I don't know why it's super slow.
We saw the progression of him since acquiring him when he, came to Seattle and had 9.5 sacks as a defensive back and set the record there. Since then it's been a battle of injuries and being consistently on the football field.
I never to this day understand why does Adobe, like, why does it load so many so many fonts? Like, what's the design decision around that? Wouldn't it make sense to just be like, hey, let's give like the top 100 fonts and then let people decide what they want to do? Just seems stupid to me. I wish I could knew how to match fonts.
Playmakers on the defensive side of the ball, so they have to make plays. And I think when you play a team like Baltimore, you got to find a way to create more turnovers, and certainly do it on the road. They had the 2 turnovers, Boye Mafe sack, forced fumble, and then of course Trey Brown's forced fumble against Odell Beckham. They've given the offense a lot of opportunities to make plays, but defensively,
I like the roundedness of that one.
the best defense in the NFL through the month of October, not giving up a single touchdown dating back to the Monday Night Football game against the New York Giants. So hopefully they can take a little,
It's pretty close.
plane ride home, forget about what happened. Maybe they
Simple, right?
guys in MIP and they can forget about it.
Oh, you can change the
Get back to work because it's a tough
character? Oh, that's cool.
Commanders football team that's coming in.
Oh, now, why did no one ever do this before? So this is a variable font.
What is the biggest difference?
No kidding.
Having a loss like this be a wake-up call where they respond well the following week, and a loss like this taking a toll on the mentality of a team.
So you have kind of control over. This is really interesting.
Well, here's the thing. You can only control your play in the defensive side of the ball. Trust me, Clint Hurt and his staff is only focused on their side of the football. The offense have their own problems. Defense can't be worried about
So this is the width.
keep doing and what they're responsible of doing. That's continue to stop offenses and get the ball back to their offense so they can
I
have.
wonder if I can match that. That's pretty close.
If they're not dividing, between offense and defense,
No slant.
they'll be fine. They'll get through this. And
Weight. Maybe a little less.
this guy has seen a lot of resilient situations, tough as nails, and able to navigate this situation and lead this team back on track.
The amazing thing is the Seahawks had won 15 of their last 18 early kickoffs after their win in Detroit, but now they've lost their last 2 games that kicked off at 10 a.m. Pacific. No rhyme or reason for that, of course, in Cincinnati and Baltimore earlier today. Up next, we're looking ahead to next week and hearing from another defensive leader, Jaron Reed. It's all coming up here on Fox 13 Game Day.
Game Day on Fox 13 is sponsored by your locally owned McDonald's restaurants in Western Washington.
Okay, so
The most important thing. Gotta be protected.
maybe it still looks like it's a bit.
My Ford F-150 provides enough power to keep working. Weekend cafe? It's looking good.
Wherever you go, a Ford F-150 is the key to survival. Get a great deal of one today, only at your local Ford dealer.
Wheels, number, hot tub.
It's not bad. Or thickness. What is this? And why do we want this over? Unbelievable.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products, designed smarter.
Like a smart coffee grinder that will roast French beans for you.
oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
look out for
Okay, I'd say that's pretty good.
cash back on purchases of 5,000
So that's that.
Limited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
and with greater spending potential, Sam can
I don't know about the S.
the Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business.
Like, I wonder if I should even bother with this.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted.
I mean, like, at some point I probably want to do it, but
Complimentary maintenance.
how do we duplicate a layer?
It's your journey. Own every mile of the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Get 0% APR for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90
Like a node-based image editor, would be the best. Like, why would that not?
34-20 loss to the Ravens, the second largest margin of defeat under Pete Carroll. Here's Seahawks defensive lineman Jaron Reed following today's game.
Executed the plays better than we did. We knew they would come in. We knew Lamar was supposed to play. We knew the team was explosive. I think they just executed this. Excuse me. I mean, it's very frustrating. That's not like us. That's not nothing we put on film all season. But it's the NFL. We can take that to the chin and get right back Monday, get right back to the drawing board.
What was it? I mean, do you pinpoint with the run defense? I mean, was it just the way they blocked it, or you guys missing tackles?
Yeah, we had a couple missed tackles. I had like one myself, and I think it's stuff that we just beat ourselves. Fitting in gaps the right way, staying on the back side of plays, staying on the front side of plays. Things that we can't do to beat ourselves. We got to hone in on that. We will look at the film. We'll be very critical of ourselves, and we're gonna sell this for 24 hours and move on to the next one.
They're obviously a good team, a good record, and all that. I mean, it's disappointing, kind of looking. Were you guys using this kind of game to gauge all that?
We're a good team with a good record. They're a good team with a good record. And it was mono a mono. And, they just came out to play. They came out to execute more than we did today. And as you see, they put in 30 points. I think that's probably the highest that we had scored in this whole season.
What did you see coming in from Keith Mitchell? Did you see anything from him? What you expected to see from him?
No, actually, I didn't. There's no disrespect to him. He came in, he did it very great today. He ran the ball very hard. We were home in on 43 and 35, I think it is. And 35, 34 came in with some explosive runs. We just got to go to the drawing board.
I don't know why you can't. Can you do layer?
Okay, so Shannon Nwosu went down. Nwosu went down a couple weeks ago, but the team brings in Frank Clark this week. They go get Leonard Williams in a big trade. That should be a net positive, right?
Yeah, and I think it's still, formulating itself, getting these guys back acclimated into the defense, whether it's play calling, signal calling, a little bit of conditioning, whether or not where they are and how they're fitting into, the pass rush. Obviously, there's a lot of familiarity with their skill set and the success that they've had in the past. And now, how does that all gel together with this defense? So, look, defensively, I'm not too concerned. The one thing that stood out to me is look, there are times when defensively the Seahawks were just outmatched. Maybe they were anticipating pass. You have Darrell Taylor playing the edge, and he's supposed to, force the run back to the defense. Well, Darrell Taylor's 265 going up, leaning against 600 pounds of men between the guard and the tackle. He's physically outmatched, and that never, bodes well for your linebackers when Brooks is, playing downhill and he's supposed to take the double team off with the defender. But that's just tough football. You're outnumbered. Baltimore, one of the few teams with
My mind is blown how slow everything is. Like, I don't have anything open. Why is Photoshop like this? Doesn't make any sense. So maybe I have a hard drive dying or something, which would suck. Like, this is unusable.
I told you before what was inexcusable during the commercial break, and it was the fact that it was a 14-3 ball game. The Seahawks get the ball back with less than a minute left with fantastic field position, and somehow by halftime it's 17-3 Ravens. The fact that the Ravens scored a field goal after the fumble recovery by the Seahawks is just unbelievable to me.
Yeah, well, the defense gets the ball back. I mean, a 2-minute turnover is huge. You saw the stat that they put up is, Harbaugh's team, they don't allow points in critical situations. Those are critical situations. And you take the ball away in a 2-minute drive, give it back to your offense, we give it right back to them.
Yeah.
They go down and put it up. So it was a field position game early on. But then
Why can't they, like, why wouldn't they bring that up as like an option for?
We hear this a lot. Flush it, go to next week. They will have another chance against the Washington Commanders. We're going to
Okay.
that matchup as we wrap things up here on the other side of the break.
So I think that's okay. I think that'll probably look all right. Maybe text is a little bit too thick, but we'll figure that out. And then the Soul Vault we're going to see. I got to take a quick break, run the washroom, grab more coffee, and then I'll just come right back and we'll start working on this. All right, we're back. Today I learned there's a font search for Photoshop. I still don't know why this is so slow. That's really annoying. Like even like just like look at that, like moving around. I wonder what. What is going on? What is it called? Task Manager? I'm so used to Mac. What is taken up? Photoshop, Firefox, OBS, CPU, nothing. CPU 9%, disks, Wi-Fi, GPU 21%. It's like, well, what the heck's going on? Weird. I don't know. There's nothing running, but Photoshop just sucks. If anyone knows a node-based editor, if anyone knows a node-based image editor, like I am such obsession about nodes. And if there's like a good node-based one instead of layers, I would use it in a second. It'd be so much more natural to me. So anyway, there is an actual thing. Apparently, there's a font finder. Remember, I just looked it up. I don't remember where it was. Font, match font. So crazy. See what it gets. How about a little bit bigger so we can see? This is so stupid. I sort of got Adobe as, I mean, Adobe is probably the worst company for UX. I mean, it's just like it's so old they just refuse to update it. I mean, why wouldn't you make that bigger? If all this space, look at all this space. All right. Well, anyway, this one is pretty good, so I don't want to mess with it. Okay, so let's just go here. Grab this. Edit. Content aware. No. Oh my god. You know, there's two content aware fills. So if you just do fill and then there's this one, it just does it automatically. I mean, it's 90% of the time is perfect. So I don't know what the I know what the point of the other one is. It's more specific, but.
Wait, who do you even play for? Tebow.
I'm here to protect you from wireless companies that menacingly phone the O's and sack you with a free advice contract.
He have been sacked?
Oh, Timo, they have plans that make upgrades work for you. They even have a plan which makes you upgrade whenever.
Yeah, thanks, man. Now I'll do the same.
Do the same. Excellent. Hit target your
Okay.
upgrade with Metro 5G plans at T-Mobile. Let's have a huddle.
You don't know what huddle is, do you?
No.
Trolls will be blasting into theaters November 17th. The film starring Anna Kendrick and Justin Timberlake features the new NSYNC hit Better Place. NSYNC's first new song in more than 20 years. Now that's a reunion everybody band together for. Touchdown, first down, deep ball, way downfield and incomplete. It was a shot for Deontay Hardy. Coverage for Jimmy Awuzie in second down.
Okay. Cool.
Slowly worked his way back in and really has been splitting time with the rookie second-round pick, DJ Turner out of Michigan. But he's starting to show signs of his self.
Allen started hot. Missed his last three.
Maybe it's this crappy font system.
That's it. Bengals just rushing three. Allen picked off.
Picked up.
Trying to get it to Gabe Davis, but the flash
Buffalo.
coverage.
I really wish I was just enjoying this game right now.
Interception of the season.
So this is a simple cover two defense here where he's going to force him to the boundary but then roll back with him, knowing that he has inside help on that particular play. And because they rushed only three, they end up with five on the underneath coverage, which allowed him to play even
Like, it's so slow.
Josh Allen that time. That would be his ninth interception on the season.
And the thing is, it's so, nodes would be so good.
He's going to have a significant role, and I think we're starting to see
It might be this variable font, to be honest.
Tanner Hudson had 4 catches in his 2 games this season. He's got 3 here in the first 20
Let's see.
minutes tonight.
it's the old fake the wide receiver screen. That's the power of having Jamar Chase out there. And then instead of blocking, just go up the field. But Burrow, that time towards the outside shoulder, saw Poyer coming, but made a safe throw to catch.
Gain of 9, 2nd and 1.
Or maybe it's this.
And Buffalo's going to take a timeout.
Trying to show their AI tools.
Timeout taken here. The Bengals try to take advantage of the Josh Allen mistake. And that is a good part of
No.
Josh, thus far this season. And you get one of those games where you feel like you can't throw away a possession because Cincy has looked so good, and now Buffalo's good with a short field.
Well, and what makes Josh Allen is his ability to run a football, right? That's the
Seems like,
backbreaker
no, it's still crap.
for defenses. And this year we've seen him get the ball out quicker. We've seen him deliver the ball, not take so many hits, not run it quite as much, and get down. And I think the shoulder may be the tiebreaker here. But we also know Josh Allen, and he's a guy that is competitive as any human being in the National Football League. And when the game starts getting on the line, we know what he does, and that is take off.
I don't like this text.
You are six. I'm not six. What do kids like? No clue. Lots of junk. Generic toys. Forgettable. Garbage. But what about Essie? That's cute. Personalized jacket. I'll win.
Personalized gifts under $50. Etsy has it.
Hit that pose, hit that flick, check your angle, post that. Catch me in midair, like I do this with flair. Hit that pose, hit that flick.
Buy the Google Pixel 8 Pro from Verizon and get it on them.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. There's big news for women going through menopause. Veoza, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, the medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza is proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes.
I don't think this is the right way to do it, but I'm just curious.
As early as 1 week. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment.
Maybe.
Most common side effects include stomach pain,
Maybe.
diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, back pain, and hot flashes.
So all the people watching on YouTube and Twitch, I can't see Kick. Like, say hi. Say GM, say hi. Give me advice. Stop being so quiet, you lurkers. Drop me a comment. Come on. It's a good amount of people.
Arrivé au Super Bowl. Ils sont champions AFC depuis un mois. Comment vont-ils? Je pense que les attentes sont plus élevées.
I have to give something away? Like, what do I got to do?
L'an dernier. Jusqu'à présent, la défense était très bonne. Ils ont vraiment été bons. La course, la protection de la passe. Peut-être un peu plus faible, mais avec des armes de guerre comme Jamar Chase et compagnie, on peut jouer avec n'importe qui partout.
I don't know what ouch for the finger is in French, but Joe Burrow's finger not feeling good right now.
Yeah, we saw him coming off and put it in his mouth to try and cool it down. He's been messing with it the entire break here. They're in field goal range now, though. There's a little more.
Meantime, with Bernard out and lead for this snap for Buffalo, the Bills go 6 defensive backs. 3rd and 15 and counting. Side of who's got it. Saw the flag come down, so the offside will take that 3rd down to a 3rd and much shorter.
Offside. Defense number 56. Sorry about that. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's still third down.
T. Higgins just sliding on through.
I'd also like to know if there's a good way to, make text look more. I'm not a Photoshop guy, so I don't really know. So I gotta decide what to put down here. I wanted to put the name.
Offside makes it 3rd and 10.
Holding. Offense number 67. Penalties decline. 4th down.
What else would I put on the packaging?
3 field goal fares, 51 yards. Very much in a fierce field goal range.
Yeah, his career long is 59. And I think that right now, Sean McDermott
Would
found somebody he wants to rush, and it's the left guard Cordell Volson, who's the youngest and least experienced up front.
Back for a 55 here for McPherson as well. The year was 56 in San Francisco. Going on the field before the game. This is the side that's most true, leaning in this direction. It's like it's a little more comfortable. What do you have? False start here. 3 to go. And made it
I think this is good for holographic.
23-yard line. And penalties along with the Bills' defense has pushed Cincinnati back and back and back. And now they're going to punt it.
And worse than that, you've got your quarterback coming out with a bad week. So
Small movement, but the Bills are pointing to it right away. May have helped get that flag thrown first down. Second and short, looking for a touchdown or a field goal. It's a punt. And the interception thrown by Josh Allen does not cost the Bills any points. 5
Serial number.
break. Bills down 7.
There ain't no law out here. Only the outlaws.
Let's just start curious. Serial number. Let's just see what it does. Probably gonna need. It's probably garbage, but just curious.
My job was to protect everyone. You ready to ride? Fast Fees. 3 series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Lowe's knows same-day delivery means getting what you need right when you need it. Holiday shopping got easier on affordable decor and more.
now you can get these all at once, right, Dad?
The holidays got sweeter with same-day
That's interesting, actually.
we got you.
At Navy Federal Credit Union,
Let's try that again.
members like you. Because we were founded as a not-for-profit with a mission dedicated to your well-being. Everyday banking tools and loans, all backed by 24/7 support. The kind of support that comes from being a proud
Chromatic metal.
you're a member of All Stars and
I never thought about that. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if how well it'll do text, but it'd be interesting if it kind of generated like a bit of a seal or something kind of cool.
the most confident person you know. My old high school coach. Just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the deal taxes.
It's interesting.
At the all-new Carfax.com.
Let's try one more thing.
That's
Cool. It does not. I didn't think it would be good at text. Like that's kind of neat. Although I feel like there could be. I like that though. So now, how do you make text seem like it's like pixelated? Do a little better. I like this. So how do you do it? Like, is it done?
Saturday night before Christmas for the Bills and the Chargers. Another one of those big quarterback battles. With Allen and Herbert only playing
And then can I like now content aware fill it?
subscribe now. Great American ballpark. Down the road a little bit. All-time home and Joey Votto, who opted to no longer be around. He had a 2-decade career with the great Cincinnati Reds for an athlete. He's picking up his contract in Newtown yesterday. Here's a run against the Cincinnati defense. About 5 yards. Josh Allen loves to listen to all kinds of music, even Frank Sinatra when he's warming up. Well, here's a little bit of the musical story. Two sides of it. 200 TD passes and TDs scored. Second fastest to Patrick Mahomes. But the B-side, or the flip side, is Patrick. 91 career wins, most in the NFL since 2018.
Maybe that's okay.
That Frank Sinatra song, That's Life. He told us that that's the best song of all time. Like, that just describes everything. That's me. That's like, you gotta take it, move on, no matter what people say. And that along with Elvis, some of the music that he listens to before games to get himself right. Some opportunities saving after the third to come.
It's cool.
And they get to Allen with B.J. Hill. Was inside, got
John, if you're watching, it's my tribute to you.
Machine learning to take fans deep inside the most incredible plays. AWS is helping to transform the NFL. Imagine what it can do for your business.
Big touchdowns in the first 3 drives of the game. Now settling in a little bit. 14-7 Bengals on top that last Bengals drive. We told you they were marching, knocking on the door of the red zone. They had 4 penalties, 3 of them
Why does that text look different size? Explain that.
Personnel in. Burrow gets to the second play. That's caught. 25-yard line for Chase. And we get into the 2-minute warning. Joe Burrow doing a lot of work at the line of scrimmage, trying to extend this lead.
Okay, guys, got it.
You can feel it. A force that moves everything around it. Intensity, power. It comes from deep down inside. Full-time fans, your passion is unshakable. And you deserve your reward. Modelo, the mark of fight. USAA presents this Salute to Service moment. I'm Hayden Hurst, tied for the Carolina Panthers. Since 2001, more than 120,000 veterans have died by suicide. To break the stigma of seeking help and increase the conversation about the problem, USAA established Face the Fight, a coalition of organizations who will raise awareness and provide resources and support for veteran suicide prevention. To learn more or seek help if you need it, please visit wefacethefIght.org. Where'd you want to serve? Oh, I didn't serve, but if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join USAA.
Yeah, my grandpa did. So I'm already in, but I was talking about your serve.
Oh.
USAA for the military community.
Your bathroom needs Febreze small spaces. The always-on odor-fighting air freshener you set and forget. No outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort required. So your bathroom stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze small spaces.
Okay.
Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
I go back 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the all-day buffet right now.
No time travel?
I'd get a pet pterodactyl.
What?
His name is Moon.
You tripping right now.
Maria Taylor, and up next, Twitter at halftime. It was an NFC East classic between Dallas and Philly. The Eagles held on in the last second thriller. Highlights are coming up next. Mike, back to you.
Maria, look forward to that. Look forward to the rematch week 14 on Sunday Night Football that we'll have in Arlington with the Eagles and the Cowboys. One-sided in terms of the stats. Regarding Cincinnati, only 7 on the scoreboard.
I think that's probably pretty good. I think it's simple. Name, ETH address, the name, the thing is already holographic. It's already got a gradient. Like, why does that have to come up every time? Okay, I think we're gonna go with this. Okay, let's see.
It's like, boy, you really just sort of missed that one. That was Jackson right there again at the key point.
Third and 7. And Zach Taylor will take a Cincinnati timeout. Their first. A little look at what Buffalo was doing
I
defensively.
swear to God.
Because it started out like a shootout. And then all of a sudden it got to that series. So it's teams that know each other
There we go.
and just figure, okay, what are you doing this time? And here's our counter to it.
Shocker, Darnold, Lou Anarumo. Those guys aren't stupid out there. Sometimes the offenses will have a little advantage.
Okay, let me
They
think.
have game
Did we
plan,
put the
figure out
package?
inside adjust. It's what makes pro football pro football.
And Josh even said that with Lou Anarumo on the Cincinnati defensive side. We're going to come out with something, and we're going to have to figure out what happens. But, Chris, this is important because the Bengals have been down here twice, got no points out of the last one. They're desperate to come out with points here to extend this game.
Well, for a team that rarely has beaten itself with penalties, it was not good that last time. Certainly you want to at least get a kick here. And Joe Burrow, he's not thinking about kicking anything.
Trevion Williams is now running it back to two in the backfield. Burrow pressure, releasing late is Drew Sample for the first down. And Sample's got a touchdown.
Oh, damn.
Targeted 4 times all year. Sample is second of the night and his first touchdown.
So here's what happens. When you see that tight end in the backfield block, then it ends up with Micah Hyde, instead of staying in coverage, tries to play that add-on blitzer, and then you saw Sample sneak out late, and it's why in man coverage there was nobody around.
Here's an adds the extra point. Cincinnati's tight end production has been rocky. Like you said, 20 catches all year, 5 in the first half. Drew Sample's first touchdown of the season.
Every day, more dog people and more vets are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. They're quitting the kibble and kicking the cans and feeding their dogs dog food that's actually
Okay, I like it so far.
developed with vets, made from real
I think we gotta fix this front simulation. I think the back's pretty good. We gotta turn off.
pet food.
Second career touchdown for Sample, and there you see the numbers for the tight ends for the Bengals here tonight. A big night up in Cincinnati. Get out to a 21-7 lead.
Was it National Tight Ends Day last week? It was, we got them all hot here tonight. That was a great read, though. We have seen smart play out of those Bengals tight ends.
Back throws again to the 25. One timeout, $1:37 left. So now for Josh Allen and the Bills. Remember, Cincinnati blew the toss and took the ball. They'd really love to get a score and come back and get the ball to start the second half, but they got some first downs after that opening drive. Not much since.
Bengals pass rush has gotten after him a little bit here as well. So, I hate to say this again, but so many times these are the moments where Josh Allen rushes the play and you start a drive and you're off and running, right? You got Latavius Murray in there, who is by far their best pass protector.
Minute 35 for nice. Bill's got to come down and score here.
Great job that time by Josh Allen. He saw Trey Hendrickson pop instead of rush and threw it into his zone for the easy completion.
on the IR with a wrist injury. Very fit at that spot. Kincaid can barely get off the line. Allen goes that way anyway. Somehow he's in. He gets out of bounds there. His feet in. And the clock is stopped. And we have an injured Bengal in the center field. Taylor Britt.
Interesting. So the Fresnel is definitely the way
Down there. It's something they want
that
to keep
people are doing it.
And you see why they want that. Anytime
But I
somebody
don't
with
quite
great
understand
down
why the
defense is
Fresnel.
and
So
it
at
makes the
10,
defense
you can't see anything.
pass involved in that play.
At 0, you can't see anything.
Again, Taylor Britt second
Oh, I see. So kind of like that. And then what you actually need is a color ramp
Two key guys right there.
to control it.
Remember Josh Allen telling us that he texted Brandon Bean on draft day with 2 words. Right? Dalton Kincaid. That's who he wanted. He's beginning to show why.
Circuitous round to the Bills that ended up as the 25th overall pick out of Utah. Both players on this same play getting
It's
hurt.
cool. And then
Taylor Britt goes down. Kincaid still was able to come back and make the next play. And Taylor Britt
I mean,
went down after him.
it's got to be a trip, isn't it?
That's what I said it when the play happened. I don't know. I agree with you, I guess.
I mean, the difference, yeah, the difference between 15 yards and the clock stopping there is absolutely huge.
Puts his arm up at the end, but doesn't slide there.
what would the IR of plastic? I don't feel like it has IR. Like when you look through something in plastic, who was that thrown to? If you look at something in plastic, it's like 1.3. Yeah, like if you look at plastic, like is it really? That makes sense right there.
Play by Chipe Awuzie on the outside.
Like a little roughness.
Off. And basically Allen thought that it was
I want to be able to see the thing through, you know?
so good. He decided to cut it off.
Here's Bass. His career long is 58. So 30 here. Is this intentional?
And then I think
Intentional grounding. Offense number 17. It's a 10-yard penalty and a loss of down. Fourth down. Take a look at Josh Allen and the freeze.
Terry, go ahead.
Terry, we call it 3 times.
All right, let's look at it. If the receiver is outside the numbers, the quarterback can throw it over his head as far as he wants to. However, as that look right there, he threw it way downfield. I don't see that here.
Yeah, talk about a game of inches for the Cowboys. They got down, but they were coming back. This is Shoemaker. This is the fourth down play. The ball is behind the line.
Good question.
Hits. This is a two-point
It's like I wonder, like I don't know. I'm gonna tell you because you asked, and it's not like there's like hundreds of people in here, but yeah. So, well, the idea is that that's in the future, so that you're seeing that device that was in the vault, how it got out of the vault, in the snow, part of the story, but you're seeing it like still powered up, fully loaded, basically done. What you're seeing now is present day ish, like near future. This is the packaging for you or I buying one of these things. So I'm kind of like telling a bit of the story of this product being available. You buy it. And I don't know if I've explained this when you were on the stream, but the concept is it's a device that can essentially auto updates with all of the knowledge and data of human history. So like all the data, right? So it's like constantly like a Wikipedia constantly being updated. So in that device, all that is there. But then it contains like the DNA and all of the memories and all of the information about a single person. So you or I would buy it, and we would load up our data. And that would include like our DNA profile, like all of our history, everything we can, but also like all of our photos, our video, like our whole life. We would upload in that. And then the device itself is like part tungsten, part titanium, shockproof, waterproof, runs off a power source that I was researching that, it's all kind of a little bit sci-fi, but it would run off of like a radioactive, like, basically just like radioactive, I don't know what you call it. It's called an RTG. Let me see if I can look it up. RTG power. So you're going to find it. Yeah, this is it. It's a radioisotope thermoelectric generator. It uses, heat released by the decay of suitable radioactive material into electricity. I think this was also in like I think this is in that movie. I feel like it's kind of in that movie or in the book. What's the Mars movie? Is it called Mars? No. The one with Matt Damon. Is it called Mars? Martian. Martian. I think that's what it is. RTG. Yeah, it is. So it's this. It's this thing. Okay, it's super cool. It makes it even more fun. So it's this thing here. Exactly. So basically, this device is, super low power. Yeah, exactly. So it's super low power. It basically stays off, right, until someone activates it. That's the power bar. And then on the left here is the lock mechanism. So it shows it's red, it's locked. And once it's unlocked, another light will come up. This is the hieroglyphs explaining like the human story. So the last one is, you can probably not see it well, but the last one is, I guess I don't know how to zoom this. The last one is all the possible outcomes of Earth. And then, the idea would be you would open this up, and then you could not just get the human data, but it would represent a single human. Because my kind of philosophy is that you can't. It's like studying the Roman Empire. It's like, okay, you can like learn all the details, you could have all the data, but really, do you understand what it was like to live through that? Like, could you replicate what someone who went through that whole era was like? It's not really. So, yeah, I saw your reply. And I haven't listened to your audio yet. It's been a long day, but I will. Yeah, so like you would have to have this. So obviously if there's like a warehouse full of them, you could kind of use it to replicate a whole bunch of humans, but the concept being like someone would sell these, or Scopelverse Inc. or whatever, right? So you would buy one and you would upload your data, and the promise is that, your data would be preserved and for future generations. So that's what we're selling right now. And what I was going to do is just sort of this simple kind of render, probably like on a turntable. And then probably tomorrow I'm going to test. I don't know if I said this on the stream, but I'm going to do an AR thing where I'm going to test, like, I'm going to do like, hey, this is like a tour of my office or my setup, and I'll kind of like do a video. And then the door will knock and I'll get up and I'll like walk over to the door. And when I walk over, I'll like open the door and look down, and the device will be sitting on the ground, like the packaging will be ready. And it's going to be an AR video showing that off. So it's like it showed up at my house. And then I'm going to do an actual like advertisement for it. So I'm going to model the inside with like all the parts. And then I'm going to animate it like opening and like the whole show all the features. I think that's what I'm going to do. I have to practice that anyway. And then that's going to be kind of the story of this device. And then we'll continue on with the whole aspect of like, what would you put in it? What would you want in here? And like me collecting data and scanning stuff and traveling and taking photos and, doing 3D render. Like it's all part of that memories that I want to keep. So I hope that makes sense. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to. I think I can pull it off. Like I think I can pull it off, Ian. It's going to be hard because I really need to be flexible. But it's since I started, I thought like every time I sit down, like okay, I want to try this concept. I can kind of tie it back to this story, and this story is like have this in my head for like 4 or 5 years, and it's this entire concept of like waking up on a space station alone and not knowing how you got there, and you're orbiting Earth. Like you saw my eyes on Earth, things you're orbiting Earth, but you don't know why, and you're alone, and you're sort of figuring out that like humanity's gone and you're there, and now it's like, well, what do you do? And what's the point of it? So it's kind of this interesting story, but yeah, I think I can arc it all the way through to the end, but we'll see. We will see. Famous last words. Okay, so I would say, what do I have to do here? I have to, first of all, I want to just fix. I want to fix. I wanted to try to, like, why can't. I wanted to get this in the middle. Let's do this. Let's go back. Oh, we don't need the alpha, that's why. Okay, back into Photoshop. This is stupid, dude. Yeah. And, Ian, I'm going to ask my collectors this. I've been thinking about it a lot. And I don't know, I'm assuming they'll go for it, but I do want to get their permission before I do it. So I'm thinking about, like, instead of, because right now these things are closing, the mints. And I was like, I don't have time to share the story and promote this. Like, I'm really just working on it. So I was thinking of doing is opening them up to be all month. So basically all 30 pieces will be available in the mint until the end. And that way, like more people can learn about this as I go, and maybe they'll mint, more if it's not, the 2 days is so quick, and it's like, how do you know what's going on in the story? And then I'm also thinking about asking the collectors whether I could open up that pass for 0.5 ETH, which is the total value minus the gas. So like obviously, it's a lot of money. Yeah. But, if people have the money and want to buy it and the story starts to build, then they can still mint it for 0.5. I mean, obviously that's a huge benefit to me. So I think I'm going to ask that because it's so quick, and it's like people don't understand it. Like a couple people minted the first one. Obviously the people that minted the past get what I'm doing, and like they kind of know a bit more, and, they're willing to invest. But it's like, why would you, minting one is tough. Like even if you watch the stream maybe, or if you kind of like resonates with you, but it's tough to ask because I think the value will be in the collection. So in a way they'd have to agree that it might not be quite as valuable because there'll be less of them, but I don't know, we'll see. So I'm just going to expand this a bit. I'll see if this works. Can you just No, I don't want generative expand. See, why does it do that? So why does it force me to do generative where content aware is what you want? Like, why would you ever want? Like, I could put a frame, I guess. It'd be kind of cool, but I don't think that's what I want. So, like, content aware fill.
Belgium downfield, offense number 66.
That's good.
Still second down.
Except for that.
Yeah, here's the problem. You've got one of those RPO plays, right? So this is a run-pass option. But these offensive linemen have to treat it like a run. So when he decides to throw it, you got to go. Here he is right here. But you've got to throw that because those other offensive linemen are going to be downfield in the RPO, so it's really on the quarterback to not elevate that.
Back to second and 10. And that one's thrown here is complete to Diggs. About 6 on that one. Josh told us this week our offensive line, they call them PROs. Because Josh passes so often in those situations.
100%. Yeah. I agree 100%, And it's like, what are we doing? Like, maybe in the old school way, like we would try to create urgency. So we'd be like, oh, it's 24 hours and people panic and they mint. But like in this market, you either like the work and you can afford it or you're not. You're not going to like fall for the whole, like maybe you could fall for it in like PFP stuff or other mints. But like for like an artist's work, I don't feel like it works. So yeah, I think the whole thing would be cool because I don't know, like, zero point 0.5 ETH is a lot, but there's a lot of people that can afford it. And I think especially when like your suggestion yesterday, especially when I start recording like all the how it's made and people start to see the story, I got to feel like, in the 20s is when people are going to start to go like, okay, this is super cool, right? So, I don't know. So why can't, like I thought I added a bit more of a border, but that looks cool. I like that. I like that. It looks like it kind of looks like a worm, like a weird, I like the color. I think this needs to be, I really like it. Right there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with the whole performance thing. It's just like, it's not that this is like a performance, but it kind of is in the sense that I'm, telling a story and I'm doing this every day. Yeah. I agree. I agree. And honestly, like I kind of wish that I didn't limit my time making these things, but me and you talked about this yesterday. It's like, if I had unlimited time, I would work on this for like a week, right? Like just for this one animation. So we're trying to get better at like it's good enough, ship it, do it better next time. And I think that that's 100% kind of what you have to do. You can't do this stuff forever. It's just not practical, right? So I just want to duplicate this camera and change it to plus and rotate it 180, maybe. Haha, look at that. Nailed it. What do you think, man? I think it looks good. I think it's just kind of like janky around this front part because that's the I think that's the weird plasticky thing I did.
At the moment, no, it's second down.
Clearly, the pressure was there, and he tried to escape the pocket as he was going out to the right. Did he get outside the pocket? Because there was really nobody in that area.
I think the Bills got to the line quick to avoid the conversation. Allen screamed, Cook didn't get there in time to block.
Yeah, I agree. I hope that's part of the point, right? Is like,
Erased that initial block and had to throw up any hopes of a close.
yeah, Michelin Man. That's it. That's it.
Was Mike Hilton on the outside. He was going to get stiff-armed by James Cook, and he swatted it straight down.
So I want to play a little bit with.
So good in that slot. Cutting seventh year. Second Steeler.
There you go. It's going to look like man coverage on the outside.
Allen fires in zone. Davis contact. Too tall, incomplete. Gabe wants to call. He's getting nothing. Bills take the field goal here. Here comes their kicking unit.
Straight man coverage on the outside. Got exactly what he wanted with the matchup. Ball thrown a little bit on a line drive. Cam Taylor-Britt really has become their go-to guy. He gets a lot of star players just a little too flat. Couldn't put the face mask on the back end of that.
That's what Sean McDermott is running down and trying to get. Did not get there.
So
Tyler Bass has a team.
inner. Okay, let's change these. Plastic. Inner.
Bills get points.
Plastic.
Point game here at 6.
Middle. Plastic. Outer. Oops. Outer.
I mean, you're Taco Bell.
Inner.
You thought to put a burrito inside a quesadilla, but you don't have a breakfast taco? You have all the ingredients. Fluffy eggs,
Middle.
melty cheese,
Um.
curry sauce.
I don't normally agree with Pete, but he's right.
That stings, Rhonda, but thank you. The all-new toasted breakfast taco. Simple and tasty. I did that. I made that after.
I don't think I want to mess with this.
New Balance, we got it now.
Gold Peak's high-quality tea leaves, picked for peak taste, and brewed for the balanced flavor. Make every sip hit different.
3. Meet the Chevy ZR250. Chevrolet, together.
That's weird.
Travis Kelce. Wow, you're Brian Halsey. Perfect payment history. How to worship you, man. It's all the experience Smart Money's at heart. It is a digital checking account that can build credit without the debt. I know.
Get your experience smart money account through the free app.
This dolphin can see in 2 directions at once, but this dolphin can see in 4. Because with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube, he can watch up to 4 live games at once with multiview. Nature is incredible. Get them in
Okay. I don't know what happened with my stream. It just glitched. So I don't know if it's gone.
He did lock him down. That time change was well behind him, and Burrow just came up a little bit short with this throw. Good separation, but Mike, I have done this before. When the backside of your lower back hits first, he is going to crawl out of bed tomorrow. I promise you, he will crawl out of bed.
No way to brace yourself.
No.
Second and 10. Halfway through the third. Johnson. The Bills nickel. 2 good nickels in this game. Hilton for Cincinnati. Johnson for Buffalo.
He really is. He's second on the team in tackles and just so sophisticated. I mean,
Oh,
remember the
I didn't.
in the playoffs, the interception for a touchdown against
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I didn't take any offense to that at all. Like, I know also, I'm not dumb. Like, I know. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know. I also, I know where I'm good. My skill set, and I know how far I've come. But I also know, like, I just know the capabilities of people. And yeah, I think I've got a good eye, which is huge, in this. And I'm obviously putting like a ton of work in, but it's the speed and it's the technique and speed, right? It's just gets better and better as you go. Every time you tackle something, it's the difference between having the confidence, that this is the right way and the fastest way to do it versus, okay, I'm going to experiment until I get it right. And like experimentation is definitely good, but we just don't want, you just got to you got to learn how to be fast, right? With this stuff and quick, if you want to do professional, make money, you want to have good work, you got to do it. So yeah, this is what this is about. Okay, this looks a little cleaner. I think, I was going to say, I thought the edges were.
Everything is so expensive these days. Hey, Chevy gets it. That's why they're keeping prices down to earth, like on the most affordable EV in America. A super
This is the only one.
capable Chevy truck and a high-tech Chevy SUV. Why is Chevy making affordable vehicles connected by OnStar? Because so together we can do more.
It's interesting how it wrapped. This one's a little trickier.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
Okay, the sauce biscuits and Tay-Tays.
Eggman and Saucy Boy. 2 hot coffees.
No matter what you call it, Wendy's breakfast is that breakfast. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 biggie bundles. Tomorrow, a legend joins the voice.
Winona.
Cooking and 3 cookie cookouts.
Squeeze your butt. I do that when I get tired.
Yeah.
Getting Jen's over here.
The voice new tomorrow, NBC and stream on Peacock. Jesse Normani is back.
Why crash a plane and let passengers survive?
That's why you're here.
Why kidnap someone who couldn't afford the ransom?
Voice, why are you attaching with volume when you shoot private man?
I hear people are rational.
People do inexplicable things. Science.
So this is just a theory.
Like for this one, here's a good one, Ian. Like, I think I probably could have selected the vertices that I made there. It's called a pin group. It was all the vertices that weren't supposed to inflate. I think I could have selected those all using like the vertex groups, and I would have then like probably been able to snap them all to this side. So there's an example of something that like this might have taken me an hour to do this like cleanup, and I could have probably done it a lot quicker. Okay. I think that's good. So let's go take a peek. So I just want to, something's kind of bothered me about the corners What do you think? I think I'm pretty happy with this.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and
And then I think I'm gonna do, okay, so that's interesting with the lighting. I just have to remember that. I might overhead light this. Let's see.
Commander-in-Chief, Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Yeah, I think the overhead's gonna be better. Right? And maybe we can put a little bit of mission on the back. It'd be nice if... Okay, first of all, it shouldn't have the... It shouldn't have this, I think. So, what could light? So,
I'm just going to give advice. Nobody call him early in the morning. I'm telling you, that was a rough one.
I think that's just something. Oops.
You know you have strong hands when you reach out to catch it and then refuse to pull it back in. Because how many times do we see those balls get knocked out in that situation? And they just kick out. We saw them in practice the other day. He was flying around.
I like this. I wonder, okay, so now background wise. What do we have for lighting? What do we put in? Okay, so this is the neon. So we don't want that. Don't think we want this neon. So just looking at the light.
The only one that Joe will never unseat as far as loyalty in this
Where's the
town
blue
is
coming
coming
from?
from being Pete Rose, right? I mean, that was different. But this guy is beloved here and can do no wrong and goes to bed at 8 o'clock during the season. How about that? 26 years old, is so dedicated to his craft, goes to bed at 8 p.m.
I was gonna go light background, but I think that doesn't make sense. Just don't think it's gonna look good. I might put it on a... Oh, what was I changing?
So, as Burrow comes over before this fourth down decision, you mentioned the 8 o'clock, and he told us that last year. So we always want to go back to your notes and make sure they're still accurate. You always wrote down stuff out there. So said, Joe, you still going to sleep at 8? Well, actually, this week's 7 o'clock. Because I wasn't feeling all that great early in the week. What were you doing at 7 o'clock? You're picking up your kids from swim practice?
Oh, I know, I didn't notice it.
The only time I ever went to bed that early, man, was his
Yeah, I'll fix that. No, I should. I'll fix it. Yeah, I'll fix it right now.
he's pretty remarkable.
See ya. Have a good one. Good luck if you're back. I'll talk to you, but I might not stream too late here. Okay, we're back. Hopefully this will come back on. Yeah, have a good night if I don't talk to you. I think I'm close to rendering this, and I'm just going to probably leave it, watch the football game, have some chicken wings, and enjoy a little bit of life. There we go. I just don't remember where my color went. Do history.
Patron Tequila.
To tell me you want a new iPhone? A better plan's Verizon.
This holiday, turn any iPhone in any condition into a new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. It's holiday everything with Verizon.
Yeah, that's better.
Geico makes car insurance easy. As easy as getting stocked up during allergy season.
But with all the pollen, I used to stop and smell everything. The smell of fresh cut grass, my coffee in the morning, the hot dog smells from the hot dog guy. You did this to me.
With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
Garfield ragweed pollen.
Do you think I should just go playoff beard mode? I don't know, Emily. You own like 1/20th this project, so you can kind of demand whatever you want. Emily, would you buy a device that has automatically stores all of the knowledge and data of the human history, plus your DNA and all your memories? I should have shaved it before, though, right? I don't know, like something about the center of gravity is wrong. You wouldn't want, like, what if humanity's gone and some other civilization or either humans rebuild or some other alien species comes here? Wouldn't you want your DNA and you to represent humanity? Would you want, like, could be someone else, could be somebody you don't like, for a low price? For a low price, you can buy one of these things. I'm trying to find like a good example. Maybe I can just picture it. What would be the center of gravity or the pivot middle? You watching football, Emily, or are you just hockey guy? Yeah. I think this is it. I think we're gonna render it. I think this is it. You're gonna get your M drop. M drop, airdrop. Maybe even tonight. See how long this thing takes to render. I should do a test. I figure I'd like to highlight this thing a little bit better. Let me try something. Don't think the Bills are gonna win this. Why is that not working? Mission. Well, it's only 21. Bills can come back from that. You're not even gonna be able to see it anyway. Okay, let's do it. Let's render one.
Taylor to wrap on at the safety position, replacing Micah for Buffalo. 2nd and 6 for Burrow. 25. Carolina pressure even.
Why does it seem like it's off
Team is
now?
retreating with good pressure inside. Leonard Floyd, who Joe Burrow got to see way too much of for his liking on Super Bowl Sunday a few years ago.
And what an effort right there by Leonard Floyd. He is just going to come flying off the edge at the top of the screen, scrambling and pushing. And for Joe Burrow, sometimes it's the plays that never hit the scorebook, right? The ones that avoid the 10-yard loss, or that could have easily been intercepted or intentional grounding. He doesn't get back to the line of scrimmage. It was a great play.
Cincinnati throws one tight to Hurts, who he stopped. To the face on the way down. 3rd and 6. And a 3rd and final timeout taken here by Cincinnati. And on the note, that means for the next 8:19, they can't challenge any play if they wanted to, because they're out of timeouts here before the 2-minute warning, where the challenges are automatically handled by the replay board.
Well, Joe Burrow knows what's at stake, though, on this 3rd down and 6 right here. And for Micah Hyde, it's been a tough night. We saw him land on his back. We didn't know if hitting the
Let's see what this starts to
Texas
do.
helmet was a problem. He was sort of holding his rib cage when he was on the sideline. And Josh Allen was just putting together a beautiful drive that ended with the punch out by Jermaine Pratt.
So Hyde, he and Jordan Poyer, they've been together for 7 years. Both came as free agents when the Sean McDermott era started in Buffalo. And boy, have they done so much to change the Cincinnati franchise. 3rd and 6. Burrow completes the dance. Daniel Jackson saves a touchdown as T. Higgins was accelerated. And it's 1st and goal, Bengals.
Watch the route out there. Jackson's playing really well tonight. Set him up to the outside. But just the perfect timing. You can see that Burrow, and I think his superpower in many ways, Joe Burrow, is his ability when he sees it, and the release point is one of the quickest decision makers that we see in the game of football, and his quick release just makes it seem doubly so.
Higgins over 100. Burrow will reel. 1st and goal for the Bengals. Mixon on the toss. Strung out and stopped. Buffalo all over that. Loss of a couple. Terrell Dodson, Darrell Dodson, Maker Carter on the tackle.
So we talked a little bit about Matt Milano not being in there, Daquan Jones, Tre'Davious White, but then you go to everybody was so excited, Terrell Bernard, now he's the green dot, he's leading them in tackles, and then he gets hurt. So, it's a leadership thing as well. Dotson now having to try and figure out the signal calling, and from Sean McDermott's standpoint, he's got to set back on the bench.
Okay, let's realize something first. There's some type of light going on, I think.
Smith trying to find the end zone.
Why is it so much brighter?
Mike, there were conversations about the Bengals should, first of all, during the draft last year, Kincaid's name came up a lot there. But even conversations, because the tight ends weren't producing, should the Bengals think about a trade at the trade deadline to add a tight end? And so far, the tight ends tonight have had a huge role.
Sample. Smith, 10 catches amongst that trio. 3rd and goal. Bengals looking for a knockout punch. Behind Mixon. Marcus Smith whistled incomplete. Just in case it was deflected. And Greg Rousseau off the edge. Field goal attempt coming.
Like Gregory Rousseau got his hands up and, yes, got just enough of
What is that? Something's still there.
So it wasn't the knockout punch, though, right? Even a field goal here, 2 touchdowns, you're still good, and the Bills moved it great the last time they had it.
And McPherson will surely continue.
There it is.
And the Cincinnati Bengals 808
Okay, so this renders pretty good. This looks good. I mean, it's not high res. Let me just make sure there's no depth of field on the camera. I like the look of this. It'd be cool if I could render. Maybe it'd be nice if I could render one for everyone, but yeah. Okay, I think this is gonna be good. I don't think we're gonna go too crazy. So, what's our camera situation? Aha. Don't think we want depth of field at all.
All right, let's take a look at our next gen stats powered by AWS. And the issue tonight has been those deep balls that we have seen Josh Allen hit so many times during the course of his career. Missed times a few, a couple just overthrown, and finally one pick. So it has been the lack of big plays tonight that really has hurt this offense.
18 touchdowns. Drive starts at the 25. Two timeouts along the way. Hammers for the Bengals. Kincaid. Able to take for about 8 yards. As Kincaid's big night continues, being the primary target. His 10th catch of the night.
Yeah, and I think that Lou Anarumo is just fine with that, right? You go ahead and take a few of those. They had not gotten the ball to Gabe Davis tonight, and some of the outside big plays that he makes, especially on those return games.
Yeah, I don't think we want it.
On the run. Somebody able to slip the would-be tackler for the first down. At the 40-yard line. He snuck right under Sam Hubbard.
He got under Sam Hubbard, moonwalked a little bit, and just kept turning on rolling. Oh, Uncle Masters, Steve Vincent, and the players better than this. That is something. 240 whatever pounds. All of them talk about the same thing as good luck trying to tackle him.
That's an epic. Go to the 40. The 41. Allen with a quick 15.
That's better.
All in traffic and gain 9 yards. Back to the midfield stripe.
It's interesting. They showed that cover zero blitz again and dropped out of it again. And yet the play to beat that is that quick screen, and it still worked once they dropped out.
Exhale him. Now your screen. Deep safety. Allen moves it up. Fairly quickly over his Shakir. Was launched by Mike Hilton. 3rd and 1.
Yeah, and it really is what I think has made such a difference for Josh Allen. You know, we talk about the 72% completion percentage, but so many times it has been plays like that where he's willing to take the check down, he's willing to throw the ball away, don't have the big negatives, and he hasn't lost the big plays that come from his scrambles.
I don't know if like tiling blender 3.6 cycles optics.
Oldest player in the league with a carry this season.
Fournette was very highly thought of by Tom Brady back in the day when he was playing with him in Tampa. Tight ship.
I always wondered this because
Graham, got an addition to the team. The pop by Allen. He'll take off. Elude. Get down and get the first down. Slow logic. The Josh Allen adventure every time he takes off.
But this is exactly what we've been talking about. Spread the field, make him the running game. And it allows them to add Latavius Murray in there, who's their best pass protector. So you have 6
Yeah, that's what's so stupid is 2160 by, like, if they were 2160, it doesn't make sense for what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. So that's like 4K or whatever.
No choice now. All four down territory, so you can call your game accordingly.
Challenge, Bill's challenge. Second and 10. And somebody upstairs who's got some experience with these things, watching closely to see
Okay,
what
let's see
Deshaun McDermott will
what it looks like
again.
from the other side.
Downfield, it's an incomplete pass. Nevertheless, challenge that rule. But is there enough? Because he definitely hits his hand. Can you tell if it hits the ground as well? See much of the little rubber pellets on the ground coming up as the ball hits. Under review, New York will inspect. We'll have an answer.
Great app for the children.
It is a matter of perception. Kakarot's reign has no rules.
We stand reelected. We won't serve war.
The time has come to show them the meaning of true power.
Available November 10th. Pre-order and play the campaign now.
I might have to turn off the stream. I might lose my mind because I realize again that even though I keep saving that autosave setting, I don't think it's saving it.
Plus now, because members shop online 3 hours early. It all starts Wednesday, November 8th at noon. Join Walmart Plus today and shop Black Friday deals.
It's not. It's not autosaving it.
Alexis, take me to 2121 Douglas.
Finding new ways to flourish on any avenue is how we turn the world's less traveled into the world's best traveled. Find more space to thrive with the first ever Lexus TV.
Oh my god, please no. Please, 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 please. Oh my god.
We're dealing with some twisted psychopath.
How it happened?
I can't even believe this.
No one would think until it Friday.
How do you know this? You're hiding something from me.
Now, the Tuesday of NBC, then streaming on Peacock.
Okay, well, at least I have. What is going on with my blender? Man, this is so frustrating. I have changed that setting 10 times and I do not know what is happening. Auto save, 5 version, recent files, 5 save versions. Auto save 3 minutes, not saving. Does it not have a directory? Oh, look at this. You gotta be kidding. So it's saving, but that doesn't make sense. So it's saving all these files from today up to 7:15. I mean, I'm literally done, you know?
You know all the Travis Kelsey sets with Kansas City where they flank him out to one side
I mean, the only thing. Oh man, I want to watch this game. I can't believe that. I was literally. Okay, what is this?
But how did they do it? They did it because they were willing to hit the other receivers. They were willing to go to Kincaid. They're willing to go to Shakir. And ultimately, they finally came off of some of the double teams of Diggs. And there you go. Now they go for two here in this situation.
I just gotta like restart Blender. Nice. 6 point. Okay, man, this is so frustrating. So I mean, I have this version, which has probably got like a bunch of. I mean, it's got this. It's. I didn't need to resize the back, set up the spin again. It's not that much work. It's just wait. Does it have this? Yeah, it lost all my adjustments. It's annoying. I fixed all these, I think. I don't know. I might have had that. I can't tell. I don't get what's going on here. Is that so? If I give it a file path, that's where it goes. But if not, it goes to temp on Windows. Local temp, but there's nothing in there. Like it's so if I just put it in here, accept, change this to every 1 minute. Let's see if it starts saving. All those like little changes I made to the bubble wrap, the plaque, all gone. Oh my God. I can't win. I swear to God. I mean, there can't be a worse bug in software than you have an auto save option and it doesn't auto save. Is there like that's like the save button not working? Is it? Can there be anything worse? Like all this whole thing is gone. I just like in 2 hours of work. And I,
This is really exactly sort of the playoff game was the same way. And the Cincinnati Bengals were able to run it and pick up a first down. So challenging Buffalo Bills fighting all night long to hang in there with a group that has been about as banged up as any defense in the National Football League this season.
Let's watch to see what happened to Jackson. He's walking off the field now under his own power. Now it's Capper to lay him down.
So you got a few of the veterans in there now.
Scott Douglas has been in there. And then Josh Gorman. Operating played special teams. Call that fifth practice squad earlier this year. 2nd and 8. Well, it's incomplete and a tackle will set up 3rd down here. No timeout to take. Just go down to the 2-minute warning. Wilson on the ground there. The Bills come out with the
But like,
safety.
okay, so it's saying that you need to set it, but then the problem with what this it's saying is it saved stuff in there. It's just old.
And out of the bind, they've got the Chiefs
So it's obviously saved something there.
in the NFL coming into this week. Clock runs down to the 2-minute warning. And we'll come down to this play to see if the Bills get a
Did I
timeout.
not just put this?
Saints had a good day so far. The Jets, Patriots lost. Dolphins at the top of this division lost. Bills are losing. The Jets play tomorrow night and might sneak to within a half game
OneDrive?
into the AFC East if they beat Detroit. We're going to see Saucy Lemonade taking on the Raiders. And how about the attitude from the Raiders tonight?
It was unbelievable. We're sitting out here waiting.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do because I'm just in a mood right now. I'm gonna call the stream because I mean it's basically done. It's just gonna render. It's just gonna spin, and it's gonna be a like a 360 deal. Man, Windows and your stupid OneDrive.
Look forward to that. And it's so important in the AFC as we talk about, Chris. All these teams
It's not still not saving.
on 5. All these head-to-head games amongst these teams.
And then I'm just gonna have to fix all this stuff because this is just like it's 2 hours of my life that I can't get back. So, yeah, I think I'll kill the stream. I'm gonna just have to fix this offline and hit the render tonight, and then I'll have this probably ready for tomorrow. Just this killing me. I don't know what to do. I almost need a day off to like reinstall everything, fix all this stuff up because I can't keep doing this. Like this is I've lost hours and hours of work now. Yeah, and I got to figure out something because I don't know. Blender is just it never had any issues before, and then just generally my machine's been annoying. So I appreciate everyone watching and hanging out, and sorry for the frustration, but I'm gonna go ahead and kill the stream now, and I'll be back tomorrow working on this is piece number 4, so I'll be working on piece number 5, and I'll have an update on this one ready to mint. All right, see you guys.